I'm in Australia, I wake up with Milo. Hot Milo in the morning. This is my third week. I'm rolling up on my third week in Australia. And I arrived like on the 21st of October and spent about a week in Melbourne. And I went up in the hills. It was fun. We camped out for a couple days. I was expecting to see a kookaburra. I was expecting to be killed or injured by a drop bear, or run over by a hoop snake. And I expected to see the Southern Cross. None of that has happened. I'm beginning to think you don't even have kangaroos here. So it's all just a myth. When dealing with hermetics and the subject of magic and hermetics, it's kind of frustrating because there is no start. There is no starting place. There is no hermetics or magic or tarot or Kabbalah 1A. That's what we call the beginning class in the US. And it always seems like you're jumping in the middle of something. It always seems like you're starting a study for which you are unprepared. That all the books and literature refer you to other books and literature that you don't own and haven't read. And well, perhaps it's not this way for you, but certainly for me, there is no start. It seems like you're jumping into the deep end of a swimming pool and you haven't learned to swim. And it just, you seem kind of hopelessly lost, and you don't know how much you've absorbed and how much you already have learned until somebody else who knows just a little less than you asks you a question and you start to explain it. And then you find out what you know. And that's kind of been the story of my writing career. I started this study in the 60s as a hippie, as a Eastern mysticism kind of hippie, and I was into meditation because I heard it was cheaper than marijuana and better in the long run than psychedelics. But I really didn't think about writing or sharing what I knew until I was 40 years old and had been into this for a long time. And I was lucky enough to become associated with Christopher Hyatt. Anybody know the works of Christopher Hyatt? He was one of my lodge members in my lodge of OTO, and one day he just called up and said, "I'm writing a book on tarot," and sort of psychological book on tarot, and that he didn't know that much about tarot at the time, and would I co-write it with him? And that's how I broke the hymen of the writing industry. And we had such a good time writing that book. It's, well, we wanted to call it The Ultimate Divination, but then it was called The Way of the Secret Lover, or Tarot Tantra and the Tarot. To tell you the truth, I forget what the current title is now. But it was a wonderful opportunity to learn the craft from a real pro, and it gave me the opportunity to, for 2 years, to write or co-write for 4 titles. Well, the reason I knew a little bit about the tarot is kind of a story in itself. When I quit the music industry, I was a professional musician for 14 years, from the time I was 14 to the time I was 28. And probably the worst part of that was that I was actually, relatively speaking, a successful musician. And I didn't have a day job, didn't need a day job up until the time I graduated from high school. I helped support my family with music. When I moved back from Nebraska to California, just in short order, I got a recording career and studio work. And I was, the reason I say that it was a disadvantage, because in the late 60s and early 70s, success in the music industry more or less meant success in the excess industry, and the lifestyle of a musician in Southern California was pretty fast, and it was a lot of fun. I loved it. I left the music business just more or less for my health and for my desire to maintain a nice, stable family life. I was married and we had a baby, and I said, you know, I like the idea of being a father and a husband and coming home like Ozzie Nelson every day and being and the music industry was getting pretty wild for my health, if you know what I mean. And so, in order to replace that, I sort of went back to my old hippie roots as a seeker of spiritual things. I was a child of the 60s, and of course experimented with the psychedelics of the 60s and Eastern mysticism of the 60s. And I really liked it. I liked yoga. I liked Hinduism. I liked Tibetan Buddhism. And I sort of pictured myself as being as turning myself into a holy man. And I could picture myself with a shaved head and sitting under a tree by a babbling brook someplace and completely gaining enlightenment, hitting nirvana, losing my ego. And I pictured myself looking so cool, losing my ego. And in a way, something like that was like a disconnect for me. It was like, yeah, I would like all that stuff. I want to do that. I like expanding my consciousness. I like all of this Hindu-y stuff. I like this Zen stuff. I like the idea of stripping away one thing that I am not after another thing that I am not, until I finally hit this smooth point that people mislabel as nothingness, the big nothingness of Buddhism. And I like that whole idea, but still I had this thing in the back of my head, how cool you're going to look being an enlightened guy, And so I figured, I'm a Westerner and I'm hardwired in a Western way. And it just seems like I was trying to play Eastern software on my Western hardware. And I started looking around for some other kind of spiritual outlet that gave me the same thing that I was shooting for in Eastern mysticism, but with a Western tinge to it, a Western way, Western hardware. And for a long time, I was really coming up empty. And I kind of looked into Christian mysticism, but I had a kind of a problem. I had a lot of negative baggage coming from the Christian world because I was raised sort of traumatically. I was traumatized by Bible abuse, I guess we could call it. There's a lot of, I'm sure probably here too, there's people that kind of abuse the Bible to such an extent that they will whip you into mental illness. And my father had been a Mason, a Freemason, and he had this wonderful book by Albert Pike called Morals and Dogma. Has anybody seen it? It's a big, thick book, and it talks about neat stuff. It talks about the Eleusinian mysteries, and it talks about the different cults of antiquities and the Greeks and the Romans, and it seems so mysterious. And I'd ask my dad when I was a kid, what's the Masons being about? Oh, what's the Masons about? Can't tell you, son. It's secret. And I said, secret? Well, you can tell me. I'm your son. Nope. You're going to have to grow up and be a Mason yourself. Otherwise, we can't talk about it. I said, well, can't you tell Mom? He said, nope. Can't tell your mother. And I liked that idea. Wow, Dad keeps stuff from Mom. And I didn't know it, but Mom didn't like that idea, and she tried to divorce my father just when I was a young child. It's another story. My brother tells me she went to an attorney. He's keeping secrets from me. Well, does he have another woman? No, don't think so. You know, does he drink or beat you? No, but he keeps secrets from me. And, well, what kind of secrets? He's joined the Masons. He goes off once a week and doesn't tell anybody. Well, tell me what he does or anything. And my brother tells the story like this. The lawyer turned to her and said, well, I don't think you have any problem at all with Brother DuQuette. But anyway, just as soon as I made the decision to get out of the music business, my older brother said, I've joined the Rosicrucian Order Amorc. And it's like mystic Freemasons, only there's women in it. And I go, ooh, mystic women. Okay. And I joined the Rosicrucian Order Amorc. Anybody, I know Amorc's big in Australia. And I really liked it, okay? And I did more than just take the correspondence course. I I became active in the local lodge in Long Beach. And I guess they just saw me coming. They said, oh, God, somebody under 50 coming in here. And I became part of the ritual team, and I found out that I enjoyed dressing up in robes and strutting around in the dark. I like that. And so I became chanter, and then I became the chaplain of the thing, and I was kind of going through the chairs. And they, once you reached the 4th degree in those days, you were allowed to take a correspondence course in Kabbalah. So as soon as I hit the 4th degree, I sent off for that correspondence course. And I was very disappointed because I got like 6 monographs. And they mostly said, run away from the Kabbalah. It's, you know, it was sort of a thing, you know, if you're not a Jew and you're not over 40 and you haven't, there was just a whole bunch of things, criteria. If you're not rich enough to for the leisure time and all of that, run away from the Kabbalah. But especially run away from the Kabbalah that has anything to do with tarot. The tarot has nothing to do with Kabbalah. If you see Hebrew letters on a deck of tarot cards, run away. if you see any kind of Kabbalistic correspondences that people think they're tied up with the tarot, run away. And I was so, you don't tell me that without me saying, why? Why run away? And I talked to some other Rosicrucians, and they said, well, don't tell anybody, but I belong to this organization called BOTA, the Builders of the Adytum. And why don't you take their correspondence course? And I did. I signed up for BOTA. And is anybody in BOTA here? I don't want to, give, plugs unduly, but it's a great correspondence course on tarot and tarot's relationship with Kabbalah. I unflinchingly, recommend it for anybody who would want to start this wonderful study. And I took the correspondence course for about 3 years, and started to have like little mystical experiences based on visions and imagery that this tarot seemed to kick on. And then one day I was at B. Dalton Pickwick bookstore in Costa Mesa, California. And I saw, it wasn't even in the tarot, there wasn't a tarot section. We're talking 1969, 1970. But there was a box, a slipcase box, and that was displayed, and there was no writing on over this or anything else. I just saw that rose cross thing, and I recognized it because that's it's kind of a very Spartan image of the Hermetic rose cross. The Hermetic rose cross is a bit more elaborate than that. It has symbols on it. And I turned the cards, the box around, and I found out that it was a deck of tarot cards. It says the Thoth Tarot. And on the side it said, created by Aleister Crowley. And, hello. So that's the secret of the 9th degree. Oh, come on. Not really. I was just telling a story about Israel Regardie and how much he respected me. When these people die, I just love to see the memorials that pass through. When Regardie died, everybody said, it started off their memorial, their eulogy to it. Israel Regardie really loved me. But anyway, changing the subject. I found out there was a box of tarot cards. And I went, ooh, I'm into tarot. Ooh, Rosicrucians. Ooh, I'm into Rosicrucians. This is for me. So I somehow scraped up $12. Oh, $12. Today they're just, well, anyway. And I bought the cards and I took them home. And I was very excited. And I opened the box up and started looking at the cards, and the cards are obviously, if you're familiar with them, just stunningly beautiful. But for me, being 26, 27 years old, to me they were disturbingly beautiful. And I had been pretty comfortable there with the Rosicrucians, with, oh, this is good stuff, this is all happy kind of sweetness and light mysticism, this is all white light kind of things, and we deal with angels and happy things and kind of self-transformational so that we get good and positive stuff and run away from demons and stuff like that. Don't get any kind of, probably anything to do with sex is probably going to get you in trouble, so we won't even talk about that. Let's just pretend that all of us are smooth down there. And these cards are disturbing. The first card that I see is the Fool card, that wild Fool card. And I'm used to a very kind of happy-looking guy. You don't know if he's a guy or a gal, but he's got a little dog with him, and he's got a rose in his hand and a little stick over his shoulder, and he's about ready to fall over a cliff, and he doesn't care, you know. And I'm used to that kind of happy-go-lucky guy, and this Fool looks like he's insane. I mean, he's got no eyelids. What's with that? He's got horns, and he's looking really crazy. Not only that, but the Fool looks like he's jumping out at me, or am I being sucked into the card? And there's something about the artwork on all the cards, as I started to go through it, that seemed to oblige my brain to go someplace else than it would normally go by looking at an image on a flat card. It's like where does the horizon? Where's the horizon here? Where's the vanishing point? The cards seem to show webs, like space-time is somehow stretched and warped and distorted, and images jump out of a void that appears to be created by the ripping apart of the fabric of space. And but there's things I loved. I went to the High Priestess, and wow, bare breasts. I'm not in Arthur Edward Waite country anymore. There's bare breasts, and they're beautiful. But I was disturbed. And some of the cards, especially the small cards, were colored in such a way as to actually kind of make me sick to my stomach. It's like, why would you spend days painting something with colors like that? And but they were so fascinating, they were so beautiful, and I was provoked, and I was disturbed. And I looked at the side of the box again to see whose cards are these. And it said Aleister Crowley. And I looked sort of at the promotional card on it. It had the beautiful OTO lamin on it with the diving dove and Holy Grail. I said, well, this looks so hermetic. This looks so Western tradition-y. And Aleister Crowley, yes, Aleister Crowley. Who's that? And the name sounded familiar. And I had a little occult dictionary that I bought at Ralph's, the supermarket chain in California. And I bought it at the checkout stand. It was right there at sort of at the point of sale, right there by Make Your Own Sushi and Macrame for You and occult dictionary, right? And it wasn't much more than a pamphlet, really. And I look up Aleister Crowley, and it's there. It says Aleister Crowley, famous Scottish Satanist. I go, oh my God, no wonder the cards are so beautiful. The devil painted them. And I thought, my mind went to other stories of other artists and making pacts with the devil and stuff. And Paganini supposedly played the violin so well that other violinists said no human can play the violin like that. The devil had to teach. And when Paganini hears that rumor, he starts showing up at his concerts in a big black cape, and it arrives in a hearse, and he jumps out and goes, yeah, and So I said, oh, that's it. That's why these cards are so disturbing. The devil painted him, and this Aleister Crowley Satanist character. In the description of it, it said, at his funeral, a black mass was performed. I said, oh God! And I was a wild and crazy young heretic. But I didn't want anything to do with what I perceived was Satanism. And as a matter of fact, in all fairness to people who consider themselves Satanists, I guess, the kind of Satanism that I feared was out there really was a figment of my own imagination at the time, but I didn't know that. I figured there were people, walking on water and eating blood burritos and all sorts of strange things. But I didn't want anything to do with that because, I just gotten out of 14 years in the music business. I've already been to hell. And so I tell my brother about this, and he said, I've got this book. It's called A Book of Thoth. I've never read it, but he had a little paperback Bantam edition of Book of Thoth, which is probably worth about $1,200 now, if he hadn't thrown it away. He said, why don't you give me the cards? I'm not going to look at the cards. I'm not going to read the book, but they probably go together. So I give him the deck and go, whew, I escaped, I dodged a bullet there. And then our friend Mad Bob. Almost every class, every story, every subject, I bring up Mad Bob. I hope he's real, because he's a character that pops into our lives from time to time, sometimes separated by visits of many years, but he stops in and then changes your life for the next season of your life. Does anybody have a friend like that? They're like angels. They're magical beings that pop in your life for some reason or another, and some kind of little event happens, or a trauma. You fall down, you bust your rib or something, and you're off to another magical evolutionary adventure in your life. Well, Bob's like this, and Bob shows up at the house. We hadn't seen him in 3 years, and Bob had been in Guatemala farming, and we never heard from him, but we got letters from his girlfriend that said, we're just having such a wonderful time, and Bob has found this lovely little cave, and he's growing mushrooms too, And he said, Bob is teaching us to eat mosquitoes. That's just like Bob. We call him Mad Bob for, that's a story in itself. But anyway, Bob comes, and we hug, we talk, what have you been up to? And said, well, since I've seen you last, I've gotten into the Rosicrucian Order Amorc and Mystic Freemasons, and I dress up in robes and walk around in the dark, and I'm into tarot, and I love this tarot thing. I'm starting to get into the Kabbalah and the whole Western mystery tradition. I'm kind of interested in magic, And I said, oh, and speaking of Satanism, I got this tarot deck called the book, or the Thoth Tarot, and the cards were just so beautiful and so freaky. They're magic cards, but they were designed by the Satanist. And man, I got rid of those cards right away, gave them to Mark, and so there's really scary stuff out there. Got to be careful with this mysticism stuff. And Bob looks at me like I'm the biggest idiot in the world. And I know that's what he was thinking, because he said, you're the biggest idiot in the world. And he said, everything that you think that you're interested in, this Rosicrucian stuff and this tarot stuff and this Kabbalah stuff and this magic stuff, everything you think that you're trying to get into, this guy was the master of. And if you're going to go one day further in your studies, you're going to have to come to grips with this guy. You're going to have to read his stuff. You're going to have to understand it. Because if you don't, you're missing the summit of this teaching. I said, but the book said that he was a Satanist. Was he a Satanist? And he goes, no, he wasn't a Satanist. Well, yes, he was. No, he wasn't. Well, if he was a Satanist, he was a good kind of Satanist. And that was the weirdest thing, I'd ever heard, but I'm used to hearing weird things from Mad Bob. He said, get that deck back and get Mark's book too, and read that. Just trust me on this. It's not the evil you think, but it might be scary. And so I trusted Mad Bob, and he's never let me down yet. I get the book back, I get the cards back, open up the book, and I start to read the book of Thoth. How many of us have read the book of Thoth? How many of us have tried to read the book? Yeah, okay, there's I wanted a book that said, the High Priestess, when this shows up in a reading, you're going to get lucky. Or the Wheel of Fortune, good fortune is coming your way. I was just looking for a tarot book like that. This is what I got. This is just the 7th paragraph. If I can find it here. One important interpretation of tarot is that it is a notericon of the Hebrew Torah, the law. Also, Troa, the gate. Now, by the Yetziratic attribution, see table at end, this word may be read the universe, the newborn sun, 0. This is the true magical doctrine of Thelema, 0 equals 2. Also, by gematria, the numerical value of Troa is 671 equals 61 times 11. Now, 61 is Ain, nothing or 0, and 11 is the number of magical expansion. In this way also, therefore. Troa announces that same dogma, the only satisfactory philosophical explanation of the cosmos, its origin, mode, and object. And most of the rest of the book was just about like that. But what little scraps I could get out of it, what little things that I could understand, made me believe that Mad Bob really was correct about Crowley. And I really, really wanted to be able to understand what this guy was saying. And not only that, I wasn't sure, but it seemed like in spots he was funny. And sometimes it seemed like, well, I think he's pulling my leg here. And I enjoyed the sense of playfulness that I got out of the guy. And I started to just like his character. And of course I was worried, oh, this is how Satanists suck you in. They dazzle you and then they kind of make you like them. But the Thoth Tarot got me really into all of this. There was that one promotional card that had the OTO's address, Ordo Templi Orientis, post office box in Dublin, California. I never heard of Dublin, California, didn't know where it was, but I figured there was a huge temple with golden doors, and that there were people with silk robes strutting around being masters of Kabbalah and magic. And after a while, I thought, I'd like to connect with this organization. But I hadn't read any of the material of Crowley's except for this book of Thoth. And he keeps talking about this thing called the Book of the Law, and the Law of Thelema, and the new Aeon, and the new age. And it sounds dangerously like he considers himself a prophet, and all kinds of stuff that I don't like the sound of. It sounds weird. And a friend of mine was going to England, so I asked him, if you find any books by this Aleister Crowley character, bring them back. And he brought back a little copy, a little blue pamphlet copy of the Book of the Law. I said, well, Crowley talks about this one a lot. And I thumbed through it. I thumbed through it kind of from the back forward, and there's this thing that says, the study of this book is forbidden. It's wise to destroy this copy after the first reading. And I go, whoa, that's magic. That's real magic. And I'm thinking, gee, whoso disregards this, comment does so at his own risk and peril. These are most dire. And that it seems to suggest that no one can interpret it for you. And I just love that idea. I just love that idea. That it's a perfect idea, So I said, I think this is a magic book. If I'm going to burn it after the first reading, I'm going to set aside 3 hours, and I'm going to just read it carefully. And that's what I do. And I set up my little Rosicrucian altar. We call it a telesterion, with a couple little candles in Rosicrucian order Amorc candle holders, and on a little Rosicrucian order altar cloth, and burn some Rosicrucian order incense. And there's a mirror there, and I take a shower and get in my karate gi, which is my magical robe, and I start to read the Book of the Law. And this first chapter is just so beautiful. It seems like a holy book. It doesn't seem like Aleister Crowley's writing. It's kind of poetry and prose verse, but the first chapter is so beautiful, and don't understand what any of it means, but it's kind of erotic and beautiful. And there's this goddess, but to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart and the serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. I'm going, I'll give all. I love you. This is wonderful stuff. How could I'm not going to burn this book. I'm not going to burn this book. That's some kind of joke. I don't understand. Then I read the second chapter, and the second chapter is perfectly nice. Okay, it's not as erotic. It didn't make me as spiritually horny as the first chapter did, but it was nice and practical, and it sort of pandered to all of my pragmatic spiritual prejudices, and that's fine. And then I read the third chapter. Let it first be understood that I'm a God of war and vengeance. I shall deal hardly with them. And I go, well, what's happening? What? This is totally different. It becomes violent. It becomes bloody. It's rude. It gets bloodier and bloodier, and there's talk of war and eating of flesh and being against the people, and finally whips itself up to curse them. With my hawk's head I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs on the cross. Flap my wings in the face of Muhammad and blind him. And I'm going, he's the devil. He is the devil. And I got sucked into it. Mad Bob must belong to this cult, and they've just sucked me into it. And all the old doubts come back, and I say, yes, he is indeed. Now, and I finished the third chapter. I finished reading it, but I had set myself up psychically and magically for the magic of this book. And I had set myself up for a little nervous breakdown. And, I had that nervous breakdown. And by the time I was through with that last chapter, my face was red. I know it was because I was sitting there in front of my telesterian looking at my face getting freaked out. My ears felt like they were on fire. I was shaking. I was breathing abnormally. My heart was just racing. And I can't destroy this book fast enough. And I get my little incense burner Thurible, and I grab a couple of bottles of isopropyl alcohol out of the medicine cabinet, and I take it out into the driveway. But before I do that, the third chapter says, paste the sheets from right to left, and then behold. And I'm thinking, oh, I'm supposed to glue the pages together, seal it up like St. John the Divine sealing up the book of Revelation. My head's just going crazy. And so I get out a bottle of Elmer's glue, and every page I glue from right to left and top to bottom. And when it's through, that little paper back pamphlet of the Book of the Law is all soaked through soggy along the edges, and it's just a big swollen soggy mess. And I go out in the driveway and I put it in the Thurible, and I pour the alcohol all over it and fill up the Thurible with it, and I try to light the alcohol with a book of matches, and my hands are so wet with alcohol that I can't get a spark off of the match, and I'm going, oh, I'm being prevented by, and finally when I get the spark off of that match, it sets my hands on fire, and I don't set fire to the Thurible with a match. I set it on fire with the fire in my own hands. I have to go, and the whole thing is very dramatic. And then when I beat it's a very cool flame. I didn't hurt myself at all. It's a cool blue flame, isopropyl alcohol, and I finally got that out, and I got it burning, and I sit down in the driveway, and then I have another little nervous breakdown, only this is a quieter one. And the book doesn't really start to burn because it's all soggy with Elmer's glue along the edges, and it takes a while, and it has to actually burn from the exposed area inward. So the center of the cover burns first, and it takes a while. But anyway, my nervous breakdown concerns this emotional event that I just went through. And I had just come out of like a decade of political activism in kind of my effort to oppose the war in Vietnam. Okay, in high school I became radicalized, I guess is the term. And it started from my opposition to the war in Vietnam, and then just my general education on kind of world politics. And in other words, I was very, very progressive politically. And for a long time that progressive politics kind of was my religion. And it took the place of religion. And one of the worst things in my worldview that a person can do is to burn a book. That sometimes there's a reason to poke somebody in the eye. Sometimes there might even be a reason for one person to kill another person. But there's never a good reason to burn a book, even a bad book, even an evil book. And I was committing the biggest taboo of my life, okay? And I had been tricked into doing it, you know, in 20 minutes of reading a freaky chapter in a book. Here I was burning a book out in my own driveway, and I was not proud of myself. There was shame, and I was thinking, what on earth is in that book that would make me do that? And then it dawned on me, there's nothing in the book that made me do it. It's the problem's me. Okay, I've got a big problem if I could be driven to this point. And so I sort of sat and stewed in those musings while I watched one half of the book of the law slowly burn away, and I was allowed to read half of it all over again, page by page, as it burned through from the front to the back. So the first page, or the cover, the book of the law, and it had the OTO Lamon, book of the law. Then the first title page with the AA seal, that very magical looking 7-pointed star, you know, the book of the law. And then, you know, had the manifestation of Nuit. You know, I couldn't read the back page, but I could. And so it was like a dramatic, satanic opening of Bonanza. Yeah. And the last thing I could read, the last page that burnt, was the study of this book is forbidden. It's wise to destroy this copy after the first reading. And it truly was textbook drama. It was a rich, dramatic experience. So much so that I got it. I got it. And one of the things in that big I got it was the beauty and the drama of the spiritual art of magic. Magic is a spiritual art form that's dramatic. It has all of the highest elements of high drama, and that not everybody resonates to that. Some people are mystical people and are quiet enlightenment people, but some people, and I found out that day, including me, needs the drama of magic, needs the colorfulness of magic. This is how I deal with inner things inside me. I somehow or other have to throw them out in front of me and be part of a drama with it. So, but anyway, I wrote to the OTO, kindly communicate to me as you will. That's all I wrote. Kindly communicate to me as you will. Well, it wasn't their will to communicate to somebody that writes like that, so they didn't write back. 90 days later, and I do it all on the equinoxes and solstices so they know how hip I really am, you know. I write them another letter. Please send me your brochures and information, you know. Well, I didn't know, but there was no brochures and information, and they said, it's the guy who wants us to communicate to him as he will. To throw that one up. 90 days later, I write again. I suppose the first two things sounded pretty stupid, you know. Look, I'm really sincere, and I really want to look into it, and I've had some wonderful experiences, and I don't know what it's all about, but boy, I want to find out more. And I think that the universe is more or less conspiring to make me hook up with you, and I'm probably going to keep on writing, so please, please let me know what I can do. And we move a couple of times before I get a next letter back, and so the letter has to be forwarded twice. And when it finally comes back, the letters, the response is, "We know nothing about you. We don't offer astral initiations. We kindly send back your complete resume of your life and all of your birth information, including the exact time of birth and place, and then we'll get back with you." And so I write him a nice letter and saying, "Well, I'm a musician. I'm a bum, but I was born on this date. You can look up the date, and if I'm not a mass murderer, will you please write back?" And eventually, letters come back, where they schedule my initiation. And I take a bus up to Dublin, California. It's an all-night drive up the abyss of the I-5 freeway. God-awful thing, going all night. But they don't give me their names. They don't give me their address. Okay, they just say, "Tell the bus driver to let you off at such and such a corner and go to such and such a motel and check yourself in, and we'll call you." And then, and that's just what I do. But as I'm driving or riding in the bus with this ex-convict that's sleeping next to me, I'm thinking, "Oh God, Constance doesn't even know where I'm going. She doesn't have a phone number. She doesn't have a name. She doesn't have an address. What if this is just one? What if they're crazy? What if they are crazy? What if Crowley was a Satanist? What if I'm going to meet some 80-year-old priapic man with goat leggings and a red-headed old bag with saggy tits, and they're going to rape and eat me, and Constance won't even know where I'm gone, and I have all these old doubts and everything else, and but anyway, that's those doubts were assuaged when I got there, and I joined the OTO at that time. But the reason I'm telling you all of this is just to kind of give you a background of where I've come from, how all of this really set the stage for the entire rest of my life and the rest of my life's work, and just to show you that the Thoth Tarot can work magic in somebody's life in a very significant way. And I guess I just had to tell you that story just to get that part out of the way before we move on to the cards themselves. Well, welcome back. Wow, did somebody, Chance just laid an egg Benedict on me.
Is that a euphemism?
As we say in the OTO, you know.
Get up on the table.
Well, anyway. Let's talk briefly about this image here of the Hermetic Rose Cross, because in a very real way, it's the table of contents of the tarot, and a most fitting design for the back of the Thoth Tarot. Now, just because Crowley was brilliant, just because Crowley at least considered himself the prophet of a new aeon, and just because the magical formula of various aeons change the way magic is done as human consciousness evolves, and just because it's kind of new and approved in New Age and everything else, the Thoth Tarot is in and of itself not that much different in structure, than the tarot of the old aeon. Okay? The Thoth tarot is, for the most part, an elaboration, a dilation of the arcana of just standard tarot. It's constructed with just a couple little very important tweaks. It's constructed just the way that any standard deck of tarot cards is constructed. Specifically, the images that Frieda Harris worked with, especially on the small cards, were just an elaboration of the Golden Dawn, the esoteric deck that the members of the Golden Dawn were obliged to personally copy themselves. And so it's not, we're not dealing with a radical departure of how the tarot is constructed or anything else. Now, there are decks, they're like novelty decks or new divinatory decks that you can buy today in stores and off of at Amazon that aren't really tarot decks. You know, they're divinatory decks, and as such, I'm sorry, you can divine with anything. You really can. You can divine with playing cards. You can divine. Actually, when you actually know what your question is, you can divine from the next observable phenomena, no matter what that can be. I use television, TV-mancy. I call it the couch potato oracle. I just use the remote and ask a question. You know, what am I going to do with mom? I had this 94-year-old mother. The last question I asked the television was, what am I supposed to do with mom? She was failing health, and I really wanted to know which way to. And I clicked the television, put it on mute, and just flipped through the channels and closed my eyes. What do I do with mom? And then just arbitrarily take the mute off. Bring something to eat. Make funny faces. It'll embarrass the child, but that's okay. And it's so weird to actually hear your question go out and hear in real words an answer back. When you really have a question, the answer comes from everywhere. You just got to figure out how to get away from yourself, out of the regular flow of consciousness long enough to hear that answer. But even though the TV is fun, dice, you can randomly generate things out of dice or flipping a coin. I call it the Oracle of Coin. Flip a coin. It answers a yes or no question correctly 100% of the time. It's just that sometimes the universe is toggled one way to make heads mean yes, and sometimes it's toggled another way to make heads mean no. But truth reveals itself in perfection. And divinatory devices are easiest to use when the divinatory device is some kind of an expression of something that's perfect. And the Kabbalah is perfect, mathematics is perfect, and because mathematics is perfect, things Kabbalistically based are really handy for divinations. And in the West or in the Eastern realms, the I Ching, which is based on perfect mathematics, is a wonderful oracle too. The tarot is built on a very, very classic Kabbalistic mathematical perfection. And truth is revealed in perfection like that. You can get really right hemispherish and say, well, beauty is perfection. Why don't I just go surround myself with beauty to get a question? Well, don't you take a walk sometimes to walk out a question? Don't you go to the beach, or you go to a park, or go to a garden, or contemplate, a rose or a flower? It happens, okay? Tarot is perfect in its own way, or as close to perfection as possible. And this rose cross kind of tells us why, tells us how the tarot is structured. And in tomorrow's Kabbalah class, we're going to go into greater depth on that fundamental structure. It's like you really should have tomorrow's class as a good foundation to this class, and you really should have this class as a good foundation to tomorrow's class. Not that I'm trying to sell both of them, but that's how this stuff is. It always seems like you need a little something that you don't have to learn something new. But anyway, here's the Hermetic Rose Cross at the Rosicrucian Order Amorc Lodge that I belong to. They had a version of it just like this up in their social hall. And one day after lodge, I was talking to a new member, and I was pointing out all the different landmarks on this cross, and one of the old past masters, a guy with gray hair and bushy eyebrows, and he never smiled, and he snored during meditation, but I figured he was communing with the gods nonetheless. And he hears me talking about this to this younger member, and he looks at me and he interrupts and says, "You've just beheld the earliest rays." And he said it so dramatic that I thought he was kidding. I thought he was joking, and I laughed in his face. And then I realized he wasn't kidding, that he delivered that line for dramatic effect, and I just had laughed in his face. He says, "Come with me." And I figured he's going to just take me and kick me out in the outer darkness, and I'm going to be there forever. He takes me outside the temple, down the street to his car, where his car is parked. He pops the trunk. Out of the trunk, he pulls there's a leather briefcase. He opens up the briefcase, and out of the briefcase he pulls like a little satin bag, a purple satin bag with a little gold braid tie on it, and he opens it up, and he pulls out a ribbon, and at the end of the ribbon is this. And it's in gold. And if you can imagine that every line is a piece of gold wire about 1/16 of an inch high, and all the colors were poured enamel, and poured in such a way as it had a curve, the meniscus. Okay, the meniscus of every one of those petals was like a rounded top thing. It was it was so gorgeous. It was beautiful, and everything was colored and poured enamel between gold wire, and the Hebrew was written on there, and everything just like you see here. Only just imagine every line is gold wire, and then it flipped around in the sunlight. And on the back, it was just pure polished gold, and there was writing engraved on it, and alchemical symbols, and Latin, and you could tell that like a motto was written on it, and it was just so gorgeous. And he didn't say a word; he just held it out like that, and it gleamed in my eyes. And he says, "That's the Rosy Cross." I love my life. I love events like that. And I was very impressed. And it was about 9 months later, that guy was in my house taking Minerval. But But he was the head of a little Golden Dawn group in his community. But there it is. And the reason it is so perfectly constructed, and the tarot constructed the same way, is because of the way this image grows. And I'm going to take you on a little tour of how it grows, and so you can see how perfectly the tarot is constructed. You see the little white dot right in the middle of the little tiny cross? That's where it all starts. And if we can imagine that we're zooming our camera into the little white dot and into the realm of, let's say, the pre-Big Bang singularity. And that is the point. The arrow isn't part of the thing, the arrow is for I've just learned I can do that now. I can see, point, right there, okay. In Masonry, or at least in Scottish Rite Masonry, we have this wonderful ceremony where we're kind of introduced to concepts of the Kabbalah, and then there is no follow-up whatsoever to what that may mean. But it's a wonderful lecture, and at the beginning of that lecture, or dominating the whole stage for that lecture is a white cube, and the Kabbalists tell us that singularity, that pre-existent object, and it's an object before there is a noun in the world, okay? That pre-existent non-being whatever is a cubic stone. They call it the white cubic stone. And the reason that they call it that is, I guess it's got to start somewhere. And they have the metaphor for the building of the universe and for the building of creation for what will be being and consciousness is like the first stone in an edifice. But the stone has something going for it, okay? It takes gods, mathematic gods, even to make the cube. So if we take our microscope, see, we've taken our microscope and looked inside the little point in the middle. Now let's take our microscope inside the cube itself. In order to make the cube, that point had to think to itself, I need elbow room to create. Okay, there is no outside of myself, just like the physicists tell us the pre-Big Bang singularity. There is no space outside of it. Okay, space hasn't been created yet. It's hard for us to wrap our minds around it, but Kabbalists sat around and wrapped their minds around this stuff all day long. I think they got paid. The point needs elbow room for a manifested universe, for a manifest being. And the only way for a point to start to create that elbow room is to first extend itself. And in the classic text, the Sefer Yet Zaira, from which, believe it or not, the tarot springs, that point extended infinitely upwards. Well, we call it upwards. It doesn't matter. It extended and created a dimension that we'll arbitrarily call upness. And because that extension went infinitely out, we can't discuss it. We can't wrap our minds around what that infinite extension really is. So the Kabbalists said, okay, for the sake of discussion and for the sake of thinking about it, let's say that the one reached to infinite height and it sealed infinite height. just like me reaching up and touching the ceiling. Okay. And it's sealed infinite height. And when it's sealed infinite height, our minds kind of, imagine like when we touch water and the concentric rings go out, or when we touch Jello and it goes blah, 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 blah. So the point extended infinitely up and sealed infinite upness. It goes blah, 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 blah. And I tried to picture the blah, blah, blah in this with that circle there. And then from this center point, it reached down and sealed infinite depth. Blah, 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 blah. So just like the floor. So imagine the blah, blah, blahs up there and the blah, blah, blahs there. And then left and right, sealing these two walls here, blah, 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 blah. And that looks like a good start on creation, but it's still a dimensionless plane surface. And but then when it reached infinite forward and infinite backwardsness, it created space. And what created space, what created dimension, what created the environment for movement in that dimension, which in turn creates time, all of the blah blah blahs are intersecting each other at right angles, and they're forming an infinitely expanding cube. And isn't that a nice way to sort of picture Big Bang expansion, how it creates space as the plasma energy expands. But look at the characters that we've formed. Look at the gods that we formed, the mathematical gods that we formed with that process. We've got the point in the center, okay, which is kind of an inscrutable thing. So that's Mr. One. But Mr. One, Genesis would have been more accurate if it said in the beginning, God created three. Because Mr. Up, Down, Mr. Right, Left, and Mr. Forward, Backwards is the first God. Three got it all going. Okay, so there's three. Then the point through the vehicle of the three created the 6 sides of the cube. So with the point as the center landmark and the 6 sides, 7 grew out of 3. 3 grew out of 1, 7 grew out of 3, and there are 12 edges. 3, 7, and 12. Now, I know there's 8 points too. But the Chinese zoomed in on the 8, okay? But that's how those trigrams formed out of there's 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams make the 64 hexagrams, and everything's built on 8s. So I guess there was some kind of agreement between, everybody met up at a Chinese restaurant. And the Kabbalist says, well, you give us the 3, 7, 12, and we'll play with that. I can build you a 22 out of that, and a 10 and a 4 and stuff. Give us that. Chinese says, okay, you give us the points on. We'll build perfection out of that. Okay. Stay out of my I Ching, okay? 3, 7, and 12. 3 plus, and just playing with that, 3 plus 7 is 10. 10 plus 12 is 22. What can you do with 10? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. 4 must live in 10. 4 must be the master letter of 10. Oh, to 22. there's 22, all sorts of Hebrew letters and stuff. Tomorrow we'll go through it in painful detail, okay? But can you see, just in those numbers, 3, 7, and 12? And that 3, 7, and 12ness that made that cube that's inside that little tiny point is going to now echo in a lower octave to actually create the manifested universe. That cube pops open just like it does in that Masonic ceremony. And when it pops open, it forms a cube, just like that. The cube pops open just like a kernel of cosmic popcorn. Okay? And just like in that Masonic ceremony, there's a nice rose in the middle of it. That cube of 6. 6 has been traditionally the number of deity. That's why the hexagram of Solomon has always been a macrocosmic symbol. And the symbol of man, the symbol of humanity, has always traditionally been 5. Because, when we stand naked in front of a mirror and go like that, we make a star. Okay, it's almost as simple as that. We're a star. Every man and every woman is a star. And when you see stars in Egyptian tombs, stars are just 5-pointed things. Okay? Kind of cool. The 5 is nailed to the 6, crucified to the 6, not as punishment, but to show that the 5 and 6, the microcosm and the macrocosm, can never, ever, ever be parted. They are indeed one thing and not two things. And that's that little tiny cross right in the middle of the big rose cross. So if you can imagine, we've gone through the white point and we're building this rose cross from the inside out. We're not. All of this is taking place inside the white point. So when we have the big rose cross at the end of it, that's because it was all inside that. Okay? There's a couple green barbs, which I almost says, well, now that there's a beginning of who you are as a being, here's a place to put you between the coordinates that will eventually, it's almost like the "you are here" point on the map at the shopping mall. Okay, there's other things for that barb, but we won't get into it right now. Okay, the echo of Mr. Up, Down, Right, Left, and Forward, Back now starts to manifest as the rose that surrounds that little cross there. And here's where our Hebrew fonts or our elemental fonts didn't come out, but you have in your handout here, and I think it's time to turn to the little booklet one, the one that says Fundamentals of Hermetic Kabbalah. I'll give it back, don't worry there. And if you open it up, you'll see numbered points, like number 1 is the point, number 2 the cubic stone, number 3 the construction of the cube. Have we all found that? Okay, we're at number 7. The 3 petals of the elemental trumps. Those are the elements, the primitive elements of fire, water, and air. We'll talk about Earth in a little while. Yeah, Earth's an element, but it's a lower class of element. And as the day wears on, you'll hear me say many times that Earth is screwed. And but in a good way. Okay. So the echo of Mr. Up, Down, Right, Left, and Forward, Back, the echo of that 3 of being is now echoing through a universe that is actually starting to manifest on us. And it manifests in those first three primitive elements. And the echo of the seven now starts to manifest in the rose as that layer of rose petals where there's seven of them, and they stand for the seven planets of the ancients. Now, when we say planets, these are planetary spheres that you might want to look at them more as convenient planet names for aspects of the seven rather than the naming of celestial planets, because we know there's more than 9 or 7 planets, and here even the sun and moon are considered a planet. So don't get too carried away with the astrological concepts, but there are things martial, there are things solar, there are things mercurial, there are things Venusian. So we're talking great big concepts here. And the same thing that built 12 out of that expanding cube now is starting to manifest in the world as the 12 petals of the zodiacal trumps. And there's the zodiac cards and the signs of the zodiac. So let me go back. The elemental tarot cards are the Fool for air, the Hanged Man for water, and the Judgment card, which Crowley calls Aeon, for fire. Now there is a card that does double duty, takes on Earth, because Earth may be screwed, but it's not completely out of the picture, so Earth will get some kind of representation here, don't worry. And let's go this way. And the planetary trumps are for Mercury, the Magus, or the Magician card, the Empress for Venus, the High Priestess is the Moon, the Universe card is Saturn. And because Saturn is such a good sport, because the sphere of Saturn is across the abyss and can handle all sorts of stuff, Earth is attributed to Saturn too, if you need to have an attribution. Okay, the Wheel of Fortune card is our Jupiter. The Tower card is Mars. And the Sun card is the Sun. Okay. And the Zodiac cards. Now the Zodiac cards almost appear right in the same order that they appear in astrology. There's a little tweak going on in the Thoth Tarot, and we'll get to that in a minute. But for the most part, we got the Emperor, Hierophant, Lovers, Chariot, Lust, Hermit, Adjustment or Justice, Death, Art, which is Crowley's new name for the Temperance card, the Devil, the Star, and the Moon. That respectively, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Isn't that clean? Isn't it pretty? And there's all the colors are arranged in a very logical and anal retentive manner. Kabbalah is nothing if it ain't anal retentive. I tell you, there's the tightest ass spiritual study in the universe. Okay, then surrounding that rose, we've got the foundations of a repeat of that little cross popping open. And now we've got a big cross popping open, and because it's the big cross of manifestation, we've got big general elements here represented.
we've got wands, well, let's say we got red, yellow, blue, and blah, blah. So red would be for fire and wands, and yellow for air and swords, and cups for blue for cups and water, and blah, blah, blah for earth, because earth is screwed. Not only that, but it's separated from the others by an abyss of white there, and you can see that the discs, the earth thing, it's even broken up into 4 highly polluted colors, as if to say, earth doesn't really belong directly to our family here of elements, and earth doesn't get nice primary colors. It gets mixed up colors. Okay. But it will eventually manifest as a full suit of tarot cards, so don't worry. My wife hates it when I say earth is screwed all the time. She's tell him it's a special thing. I said, well, it is. It's funny, though. I like to say screwed. Okay. Then, added to the arms of the cross, the Hermetic Rose Cross has 4 pentagrams. A green one in the red side, and a purple one in the yellow side, and an orange one in the blue side, and a white one in the bottom there, the earth thing. And can you see that green is a combination of yellow and blue, and that purple is a combination of red? And see how the colors are made up? It's just so clean. Guys, people who thought this up had a lot of time on their hands. This would have never developed like this had there been television. Okay, people. And white is so, they just, for the one down below there, you couldn't even see it unless they made it white, so they just made it white. And then surrounding each of those pentagrams are symbols of the elements. Now that's just to drive the point home that these pentagrams are representative of the ace and the 4 court cards of each suit. So can you see how many tarot cards we've got there so far? Oh, I guess we've got them all. Oh, except for the 36 small cards, the 2s through 10s of the suits. But they live inside the kings, queens, and princes court cards. They actually live inside there. Now, no small cards live inside the princesses or the pages in other decks, because the princesses represent the element of earth, and earth is screwed. But anyway, can you see the entire tarot now? The entire tarot. There's those little elemental symbols there that surround and they stand for the prince, knight, queen, prince, princess. And the ace is that, spirit wheel up on top. Very handy. And there it is. That's our Hermetic Rose Cross. We've also got in that white area, just almost, in my opinion, almost as an afterthought, we have the macrocosmic hexagram that has the planetary spheres around it and the sun in the center. So it really is packed with a lot of goodies and a lot of Kabbalistic concepts. And when you look at a Hermetic Rose Cross with magical eyes, or if you're looking at it with the spirit vision, as they would say in the Golden Dawn, and in vision, living things are symbols, and symbols are living things. When you look at the Hermetic Rose Cross there, it is just crawling with life. It is so alive. And the 78 cards of the tarot are just one little manifestation of all of this life that is just teeming from that one complex symbol. So isn't it a perfect thing to put on the back of those cards? And you know, if it wasn't for that Hermetic Rose Cross diagram, I would have never bought the cards in the first place. I have to take us through the small cards and the court cards, really, before I get into the really meaty, juicy, fun, sexual alchemy thing of the trumps. You've got a handout there that shows two wheels, and let's first of all, how do planets and zodiac signs get assigned to the 36 small cards of the tarot? And you've got two wheels there. Let's start there. Now, one good thing about the Thoth Tarot is they have the titles of the small cards written right on the cards themselves. So that when you pull the Three of Wands, it says virtue. When you pull the Two of Cups, it says love. When you pull the Nine of Swords, it says despair and cruelty. And so you can instantly read people's cards with the Thoth Tarot, and that's just what I did as a young Rosicrucian. I had that Thoth deck, and I could pretend I was reading people's cards. And there was a wealthy woman at the Rosicrucians who hosted a salon every Sunday afternoon at her house in the marina, and she would invite the local Rosicrucians and pagans and local spoon benders and different kinds of psychic people, and she would feed them lunch and wine, and every afternoon or every Sunday afternoon I would sing for my supper by reading people's tarot cards, and I found out that I could just really fake it really good with the Thoth Tarot. And after 30 years of faking it, I figured, well, maybe I'm not faking it anymore. Okay. Why would one card be called love and another card be despair and cruelty? And actually, the small cards are, from a Kabbalistic point of view, the most practical, the most in your face bit of information about your practical everyday life. You know, in magic, big concepts, big spiritual beings are very easy to work with, very easy to invoke, very easy to evoke. The bigger a spiritual entity is, the easier it is to get it to come to pay a visit. The four archangels, Raphael, Michael, Gabriel, and Uriel, that most magicians conveniently work with, it's easy. Just face east, standing on the face of the earth, and everything between north and south is Raphael. Okay. As a matter of fact, it's hard to get him to go away. In Enochian magic, It's easy to kick on this little master board, the Tablet of Union, okay, which represents like the archangel of archangels of the elements and everything the elements are connected to. It's easy. There's just 2 calls. It kicks it up just like that. In the tarot, there aren't really 56 small cards. There's only 4 small cards, the 4 aces. All the other small cards, all the other court cards live inside that ace. It's easy to get the big stuff, but the big stuff is so general that it's hard to do something practical with it. Does that make sense? To get something practical done, you got to go to, well, if an archangel is the president, then you got to go to a general, which might be an angel. Then a spirit or intelligence under that angel is a lower and lower person on the hierarchy, and they're the ones that really do the grunt work of the universe. But they don't do the grunt work for you because they got an angel that they work for. And that angel has an archangel that he or she works for. And that archangel has a specific aspect of deity that it works for. And so a magician, this is why a Kabbalistic magician starts by invoking a specific section of deity, to evoke a specific archangel, to evoke a specific angel, to put a specific spirit or intelligence to work to actually do the grunt work that you want done. You don't go to Raphael and say, make Tina, the girl next door, fall in love with me. You have a specific angel that's just for, or a specific spirit that's just for that. But you start with Raphael. Raphael, I want this guy down below here to do some work. Can you go ahead and give him the day off to do that? And you go to the angel that is his supervisor and says, I'm going to be using here Darkiel to make this woman fall in love with me. Okay, Darkiel can do it. And do you see how the hierarchy worked? Well, that's just how these small cards are. As a matter of fact, those same angels live in these tarot cards. Archangels live in aces. Angels live in court cards. Spirits live in small cards. So anyway, on our the reason we have 36 small cards instead of 40 is because we've knocked the aces out of consideration because they all live in the aces. That leaves us 36. And there just happen to be 36 10-degree periods in the zodiac. And by golly, they have to stand for the 36 decades. It's not that they're attributed to it. I'm sorry, if you got 36 anythings, they're going to be attributed one way or another to the 36 decades of the zodiac. So let's start with the wheel on the left-hand side and sort of go to the 9 o'clock position there where it says Aries, Cardinal Fire, and Wands. And in that little slice of pie there for Aries, you see the numbers 2, 3, and 4 as we move counterclockwise. Are we all there? Well, that would be the 2, 3, and 4 of Wands, because Wands is fire and Aries is cardinal fire in the zodiac. Does that make sense? Now, there's a little legend above the top there. It says each of the 36 small cards rule one decan, or 10-degree period of the zodiac. The 2s, 3s, and 4s rule the cardinal signs. And the cardinal signs are Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. the 5, 6, and 7s, or in other words, the middle sequence of those 9 cards, rule the fixed signs of the zodiac. Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, and Taurus. And the emblems of those fixed signs of the zodiac will appear in the corners of a couple tarot cards. You know, the angel of Aquarius and the eagle of Scorpio and the bull of Taurus and the lion of Leo appear usually in most decks in the Wheel of Fortune card and the Universe card. Thoth Tarot, it's a little different. But those are the fixed signs of the zodiac. And then the last 3 cards of the sequence of each suit, the 8s, 9s, and 10s, rule the mutable signs of the zodiac. Sagittarius, Pisces, Gemini, and Virgo. Now, if you, for those of you who aren't familiar with astrology, the signs of the zodiac are broken up into elements: fire, water, air, and earth, and they're also divided in their capacity as cardinal signs, fixed signs, or mutable signs. And it's like cardinal signs are the first expression of their element. Okay, in the United States at high school football games, they make this big hoop of paper at the beginning of the game, and the cheerleaders bring out this big paper hoop. And when the team runs out onto the field, they burst through this paper hoop. It's just like every game they break a giant paper hymen, and the whole team comes rushing onto the field. And that's like what cardinal is. So if Aries is cardinal fire, okay, it's that aspect of fire that is just now bursting out onto the scene. It's like, hi, I'm fire. Okay, and you take its word for it because it's Aries, but you're not quite sure what this fire is yet because you haven't got a chance to know it very well. It's just the fire that first punches you in the nose and says, I'm fire. Okay, but the fixed sign of fire, which is what? Leo. Leo is the fixed, the cherubic sign. Leo is right in the middle of the sequence of fireness. And so Leo's been hanging around in fire, and Leo just sits there being all fire-like and say, well, you know, sorry you had a run-in with my friend Aries over there, but if you really want to know what fire is like, just look at me, because I'm just sitting here nailed to that definition of fire. I'm fixed fire. When you look fire up in the dictionary, you got Leo's picture. And then mutable is where the dynamics of fire is starting to be very compatible with any other influence. Sagittarius is, yeah, I'm fire, but I'm flexible. And I got such a kick out of the ritual that you guys did where different characters played different aspects of your lodge's natal chart, and there was so much Sag, just so much different planets in Sag, and it's just so perfect to see them expressed, artistically. So no offense against Sag, but do you see what I mean? The cardinal, fixed, and mutable. So 2s, 3, 4s are all the cardinal signs. 5, 6, 7s are all of the fixed signs, and the 8s, 9, 10s are all the mutable signs. We start there at 9 o'clock, move counterclockwise, starting with Aries, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way around to Pisces. and the 10 of cups at the end of Pisces there. Isn't that clean? That's just very clean. And so those cards stand for those specific degrees of the zodiac and those approximate days of the year, of every year, that those degrees of the zodiac cover. So there are actual astrological characteristics to each of the decans, and you can buy a decan book and get little definitions of, because they represent that part of the year so we could almost make a deck of small cards with just the divinatory meanings of the decans and say, well, that's why the Two of Cups is love. Okay? But there's more to it than that. Each of the signs of or each of the elements actually represents a sephira on the tree of life, or each of those numbers, 2s through 10s, represents a sephira on the tree of life. And you've got a tree of life diagram there. And imagine that there's 4 of those trees of life. And again, tomorrow we're going to go in painful detail about the meanings of these planetary spheres and such. But imagine 4 trees of life, all on top of each other, one for wands, one's for cups, one's from swords, and one's for discs. And each of those sephira has one of the small cards there. Do we see how the 4 2s, 4 3s, 4 4s, 4 5s, see how they're laid out there like that? We'll talk about the court cards in just a second. And so there's a Kabbalistic characteristic for each of those sephira and each of those worlds that the tree of life that suit represents. And so when you're familiar with that, that's even more information that you get on the character of the small card. Okay, so we've got a bit of Kabbalistic information that would tend to make the Two of Cups love and the Nine of Swords cruelty. And we've got whether it's a cardinal sign, a fixed sign, or a mutable sign, and where it would be in the zodiacal year as far as decans. So can we see the factors building up in the equation that will eventually be the definition of this card? Okay. Now look at the right-hand wheel. Because there are planets assigned to that decan and to that sign of the zodiac, and now it's starting to look like a little natal chart itself, because there'll be planets assigned to specific signs of the zodiac, which are in turn assigned to sephira on the tree of life, which are in turn attributed to Kabbalistic worlds. And the planets are assigned to the 36 decans in up to a point in a very logical and anal retentive way. Do you see the first arrow there to the left that's pointing sort of the 9 o'clock position, starting at 0 degrees Aries? But we're not going to start. That's where the cards start, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but that's not where the planets start. The planets start, and look at that bottom arrow. That starts over there at sort of the, 5 o'clock position? See the arrow pointing at the 5 of Wands? And there's the symbol of Saturn there. That's 0 degrees Leo. And 0 degrees Leo is a big start of the astrological year too. The solar year starts at 0 degrees Aries, but an astrological year, at least the Chaldean astrological start of the year, kicked off at the Cœur de Lion, the heart of the lion. That was the astrological start of the year. So, does everybody see where that bottom arrow is pointing at the 5 of Wands? And you see that it says Saturn. Now, if we would move counterclockwise from that Saturn, we'd see it goes Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sol, Venus, Mercury, and Lunar, right? Okay, that order of planets is the descending order down the tree of life. Okay, starting with number 3. Number 3 is the sphere of Saturn. Number 4 is the sphere of Jupiter. Number 5 is the sphere of Mars. Number 6 is the sphere of the Sun. Number 7 is the sphere of Venus. Number 8 is the sphere of Mercury. And number 9 is the sphere of the Moon. That is the descending order of the planetary spheres on the tree of life, and that's the order that these planets are now assigned to the 36 decans. And that's how a planet gets dealt to a sign of the zodiac and to a decan. It's just like a dealer having a stacked deck. And the deck is stacked with the Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sol, Venus, Mercury, Luna, and then starting at 0 degrees Aries, the dealer just shuffles them out like that. Well, they tried dealing them out all the way out at first, but somebody, there was one card left over at the end of it all. So if you'll notice at the 9 o'clock position in that one first arrow, there to the left, that there are 2 Marses. Mars is doubled up at the last decan of Pisces at the end of the solar year, and the first decan of Aries at the beginning of the solar year. When you double up Mars there at the end of the solar year and at the beginning of the solar year, all of the cards, all of the planets then fall into a perfect order, and everything comes out in the wash. Now, it's a real good question to ask. Why did you double up Mars at the end of the solar year and the beginning of the... Why? Doesn't seem to work. It's a thing that's hanging out in an unbalanced way in an otherwise perfectly balanced little world. And I will confess, I didn't think of it. Don't blame me, okay? I think we can blame McGregor Mathers, okay, for this. But on the other hand, I think we can also credit McGregor Mathers for this. Because the logic, or the explanation of the logic, was that at the end of the solar year and at the beginning of the solar year, the energy, the juice, the planetary juice is so prone to be completely extinguished just prior to the beginning of the new solar cycle, that the universe, I guess, needs a little double spark of that Mars energy, in the same way that when a piston has completed its entire piston cycle and it comes back up for one last time, it just has enough energy to hit that top part of the stroke. There's been a little mechanism that's been triggered on its way up that will put it in contact with a spark plug. And that spark, when it hits the spark plug ignites, and the compressed gas of that last stroke is then exploded, and it drives the cycle again. A simpler way to look at it is a flywheel. A machine with a flywheel that once you get it started, the flywheel is heavier on one little section of the wheel, and the momentum of that imbalance carries it across to begin the cycle over again. So, look, I wouldn't have thought of that myself. I'm sorry, I would have thrown my hands up and said, this is all bullshit. But instead of that, McGregor Mathers doubles up Mars there and gives me the perfect out to go on with my life. So now, we've got a formula for a small card, and somewhere in here, I'll give us an example. God, this is a good book. Yeah, formula of a small card. The formula is exactly, if we want to get into formulaic talk, it would be N of S plus P in ZS equals SC, or the number of the suit plus the planet in the zodiac sign equals the small card. Okay? And the number of the suit carries with it its Kabbalistic spot on a tree of life, and that tree of life in a Kabbalistic world.
Can I
Okay?
just have a page number reference?
That page number is 206. Okay. So each card presents us with, some cards are really easy to figure out, because some planets are super happy to be in certain zodiac signs, and certain planets are just very unhappy in certain zodiac signs. And that, but the Kabbalistic factors start to complicate things, because the lower well, first of all, aces are out of the discussion, but 2s and 3s are all part of that supernal triad, that high above the abyss concept level of the tree of life, and they're all good cards. They're all just cards that you're happy to see. Even the 3 of Swords, which is called sorrow, isn't the boo-hoo, boo-hoo, that kind of sorrow. It's a kind of a profound, a sacred melancholy that is not, even sorrow is good, okay? And then as we come down the tree of life, the lower we come, the more dangerous territory we start to get into. And if it's a 4 or a 5 or a 7 or an 8, they're imbalanced. They're on one side or the other of the tree of life. And unless they're extenuating planetary and zodiacal circumstances, that card is likely to be kind of a difficult card. Bless you. And I'm a bishop. So, every card is like a case of good news and bad news. 7 of discs, failure. The good news is we have Saturn in Taurus. Saturn is very happy in Taurus. It's one of the most stable matchups of sign and planet imaginable. The bad news is Saturn and Taurus find themselves in the 7th Sephira, Netzach, and Netzach holds a horribly imbalanced position on the tree of life. But the good news is Netzach is in the sphere of Venus, and Venus rules Taurus. The bad news is that all of this is in the lowest of the Kabbalistic worlds, Asaya. An environment so earthy that poor Venus is totally dethroned from her accustomed place in heaven. Add to that the fact that all of this is happening so low on the tree of life that the bad news is amplified to such a disastrous level that the good news is just not good enough to make a difference. And so we have failure. And you can work out almost every, there's only been a couple that I can't follow the logic on. I go, well, I must be a bad astrologer, but most of them you can. There's the, I wonder if I can quickly find it. There's a small card, the Seven of Cups, which Crowley calls debauch. Just look at this card if you can. Yuck. What happened to all that great cup stuff higher up in the tree of life? Doesn't sexy Venus like to show off in sexy Scorpio? She does. She likes to show off everywhere. Venus, however, is not well dignified in Scorpio and often embarrasses herself when she visits. If you ask, shouldn't she be happy in Netzach? Oh, that's the seventh sphere on the tree of life. She's a 7 there. Because it's the sphere of Venus? Sure she is. She's so happy she's making herself sick. This is much too much of what once was a good thing. And this low on the tree of life and this far off balance, there isn't a single influencing factor left to remind her the party's over. This card seems to be the next logical step in the abundance, luxury, and disappointment sequence. Those are the cards that lead right up in front of her. Can you see it rolling around the wheel there? 3 martinis is abundantly enough. 4 is just luxury showing off. 5 is disappointing because you're not getting high anymore, you're just getting smashed. But after 7, oh dear. The 7 of Cups is a stumbling dash to the lavatory just moments after you thought you were being irresistible to an attractive stranger. So, can we sort of see? Okay, you can work out each of these small cards. Not only that they're scales of color that go to each of the Kabbalistic worlds and goes to each of the position of each Sephira. And it's a strict, and there's Kabbalistic color scales for the planets and the zodiac signs. And Crowley made Frieda Harris painfully aware of the color scales that she could use for each of the cards. Now, when you have a nice clean set of those color scales in front of you, you might not immediately see the cards being dominated by those particular colors. But when you think about it, when you think about the watercolor nature of her paintings, she's mixing them and she's melding them, and that's why some of them just make you kind of sick to your stomach to see it, because she's mixed those colors, and as if she was just she and Crowley together without any rational left hemisphere examination of the cards, just working with the cards and the colors of the cards, the perfection of their Kabbalistic place in the universe is being communicated through the cones and rods of your eyes, through the colors. Working with the Thoth deck, needn't be an exercise in intellectual gymnastics. Just working with the colors gets you going. Okay, would you flip your handout over? One of the big Kabbalistic numbers is 4. Remember how I got 4 to be born out of number 10? Well, and number 10 is born out of 4. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. 4 is a big number in Kabbalah. We'll talk about 4 a lot tomorrow. It's the master number of the great name of God, Yod He Vav He. And there are 4 court cards that truly represent their element too. Just as the 36 small cards represent all 4 elements, so do So do the court cards. And the kings, or knights, as they're called in the Thoth Tarot, represent the fiery aspect, the queens, the watery aspect, the princes represent the air aspect, and the princesses represent the earth aspect. Okay? Now, princesses are called the throne of the aces. They're treated differently than the knight, queen, and king. So the kings, queens, and princes of the court cards, although they represent 30 degrees of the zodiac, they don't represent zodiac signs. They represent 20 degrees of one sign to 20 degrees of another, because it's the cosmic duty of elements to mix with each other. If the elements didn't mix with each other, and if the elements didn't contain within themselves little bits of other elements, there would be no attractor within a pure element to attract another element enough to bind together to create, in different ratios and proportions, the manifested universe. In other words, if they didn't mix together, if the elements didn't mix together, everything would either fly apart or smash together into mush. So in other words, this table is made of wood, and there's a lot of air in this wood, and there's water in this wood, and it took fire to a certain amount of fire, certain amount of earth in it. It's just a little bit different in makeup, in the balance of fire, water, air, and earth, just a little bit different than this computer case, or my flesh. Can you see? It's the job of the elements to mix together, and without a little bit of another element in there, there's no attractor, they don't hold themselves together. So the court card family has to do what I call an adopt a decan program. Adding to this mix, instead of the chauvinistic thing of thinking as the king or the knight as the cardinal sign of the zodiac, this elemental mix says, no, we need equal time here. The queen represents mostly the cardinal signs. The prince represents mostly the fixed signs, and the king or the knight that gets so much deference in other parts of the Hermetic universe is now the mutable sign, or mostly mutable sign. So, cardinal fire would be Aries, right? And if the Queen of Wands, which would be assigned mostly the cardinal sign of Aries, if she ruled the entire sign of Aries, it would start at 0 degrees Aries and move all the way through Aries. But no, because she's an element, because she represents a crazy mix-up world of elements, because she signed on to the Adopt a Decan program, she backs up 10 degrees and picks up the last 10 degrees of Pisces and says, I'll take care of you. Last 10 degrees of Pisces, you will be my water attractor. You will help me hold the universe together. Okay. And the same thing for all of the other all the 12 court card representatives. They started theirs. Oh, I'm cardinal. Well, no, I got to adopt this deck. They've all just shifted down. Can you kind of see it move like if we had two intersecting wheels? Okay. Does that make sense? And then you can use your little wheel that shows where the tarot cards land there to see which small cards live in which court card. So each of us has a birthday card, Actually, we have two birthday cards. We've got a birthday card that represents our court card, which represents the 30-degree period that we were born in. And we've got a 10-degree card, or a small card, that represents the precise 10 degrees that we were born. And sometimes, especially if we're born at the very beginning or very end of a zodiac sign, we'll find that our small card, or even our court card, isn't the element of our sun sign. And so each of the, we're characterized by not only our sun cards in astrology, but by our court cards in the tarot. And sometimes our court cards tell us more character information about ourselves than our sun sign does. And when you read cards for people, I ask for their birthdays, so I know what court cards they are and what small cards they are, and I have a pretty good idea of kind of their character, not so much astrologically, but just what their court card is. And in this, have I plugged this book yet? I can't believe I've talked this much without plugging the book. In the book, for every court card, I do a very new agey kind of pop culture thing here that serious magicians just took me to task for this. But I'm a Queen of Cups, July the 11th. But I went through everybody's birthday cards to have celebrities and people from history and everything else who are also this. So Paul McCartney, Jacques Cousteau, John D. Rockefeller, Nikola Tesla, George Orwell, and Gerald Gardner. So just Madame Blavatsky and Mick Jagger. John Dean, Nelson Mandela, Mick Jagger, Prince of Wands. Oh, Aleister Crowley. Mick Jagger. Okay. Okay, so we sort of see how that is, and so in dealing with the personality of a court card, and with the breaking down of the personality attributes, which can then be used as metaphors for the magical or astrological meanings of the cards. There's a ton of information in the court cards and the small cards. And I've gone through seasons of my life that I've used the small cards and the court cards exclusively in not only reading my own cards, but doing other forms of tarot meditation and such. And it's probably the best exposition of the small cards of any deck of tarot cards in existence, the Thoth tarot cards. Not only, well, maybe with the exception of my own deck. But Harris has usually you can dig around in the image and find the astrological sign of the decan and the planetary attribution sign in the image of the card itself, and that's usually pretty helpful. This was the first book that I didn't actually intend to write. I wrote a book called The Magic of Thelema, which is now being in the second edition, expanded edition. It's called The Magic of Aleister Crowley. And in that book, I tried to write the book that I wish that I could have read when I first read Aleister Crowley's Magic in Theory and Practice. And in a way, I just tried to explain to myself what Magic Theory and Practice was about, and It worked out. It worked out pretty good, and I'm proud of the book, and it's been very well received. And I was a big fan of the Thoth Tarot and a fan of the Book of Thoth. And after a few years, that paragraph that I read to you started to make sense, and I could explain it to other people with, time for lunch breaks. But I never really considered, writing a commentary on the Thoth Tarot or the Book of Thoth at all. That it seemed many years and a greater adeptship than I possessed. But I was at Book Expo America in Chicago, which is it's an international, truly book fair. And everybody in the universe writes books, so there's sports figures there, and there's celebrities and of different ilk, and 40,000 bookstore owners, publishers, etc. It's a big convention. And Judith Hawkins of New Leaf Distributing, that is the major occult, New Age, esoteric, Eastern mysticism type distributor in the United States, and who's a friend of the family, said that she wanted to have a meeting with me at the Weiser booth, my publisher, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And because it's convention, I thought we were going to all get together for a party or a dinner, or to plan some kind of silliness for the evening. And so I didn't think much of it. But I appear at the publisher's booth at the appointed hour, and she's made the same appointment with Donald Weiser and Betty Lundstedt of Weiser. And she sits down, and right there in the middle of the fair, and by this little kind of card table, Judith starts pitching this idea that the Thoth Tarot is one of the most popular decks in the world, and has been from its first big issue in 69 or 70. And that in any given year, when it's in print, it's either the first, second, or third most best-selling deck in the world, and that it's the most beautiful deck in the world, and it's the heaviest deck in the world, and the only book that goes with that deck is Crowley's Thoth Tarot, and it's the most understandable book in the world, and that Lon wrote this book that made magic in theory and practice make sense to her, and she thinks that Lon can write the book that will make the Thoth Tarot and Crowley's Book of Thoth understandable. And all I wanted to do was to find out what kind of party we were going to that night. And I didn't say a word. And I just, what are you doing, Judith? And Dawn nodded, and Betty nodded, and said, yes, I think we should do it. So when can you have it, Lon? And honest, I'm so lazy. I'm a lazy man, and that's a big project. And it was, I didn't know when I could have it, for Christ's sake, and I gave him some arbitrary date, and I had it to him by that date. But I really didn't know what I had gotten myself into. It's such a huge project, and it was an initiation. It was darn near a 3-year initiation, personal thing myself to write it, and I got up close and as personal as I can get with an inanimate object. And I was up all night on many nights, looking at squinting through a magnifying glass at the biggest version of the cards that I could have, and it really was quite a mystical experience. But the most poignant part of that experience was having access to the personal correspondence between Crowley and Frieda Harris. And you can Google around and probably download most of it off the internet now, if you kind of know where to Google and how to surf. And it's very, very interesting. It's so interesting that it's almost voyeuristic to read it. And I usually kick off every chapter with an epigram that's a little piece of their correspondence back and forth to each other. And I kind of got to know Crowley through Harris, and how he related to Harris. And all of a sudden, all of the stuff that I read on the internet that Aleister Crowley tricked Frieda Harris into doing the tarot, and he was a terrible taskmaster, and he was mean and made millions of dollars off of her while she died in poverty, and that he Svengali'd her into being part of the project. That's all bullshit. Frieda Harris was the wife of Lord Percy Harris, and he was an MP. Okay, he was not a titled lord in so much as his father was a duke or something like that, okay? But he was a lord, and she was Frieda Lady Harris. She was Lady Harris, but she was not Lady Frieda Harris. In order for her to be Lady Frieda Harris, she would have to be the daughter of a duke or something like that, okay? Obviously, she wasn't opposed to allowing people to call her Lady Frieda Harris, but Lord Harris was the majority whip of the House of Commons, and the House Whip is the guy that oils the squeaky wheels and legislation. And in order to get legislation moving, the whip in the British government knows the skeleton in everybody's closet. So the whip position is almost like that of an intelligence officer too. And in other words, he subtly blackmails politicians into cooperating with legislation because he knows, where they spent that time with that little boy and things like that. And so he was a very busy man, and he allowed his freewheeling bohemian wife to have an almost Agatha Christie kind of character lifestyle. I mean, she bobbed her hair and dyed it red, and she hung out with artists and wild people. She was a theosophist. She was a student of Rudolf Steiner. She was a co-mason. She was, and she knew who Aleister Crowley was, and she met Aleister Crowley at a party hosted by a mutual friend. And she could see how frail he was in those years. This is the late 30s. She could see how frail he was getting. And she pretty much knew that he was a pretty smart guy. And she told him at one of their early meetings that he was going to die pretty soon. And that it would certainly be a shame if he were to die without writing kind of a magnum opus whereby he told absolutely everything he knew about everything he knew. and that she would like to see him write that big book before he died. And Crowley said, well, you know, I've written that big book. I've got tons of, you know, my book 4, and I've already done that. And she came back with, what have you done lately? Don't you know any more? Haven't you put anything in perspective in the last 20 years? You know, you're different now. You're facing the Grim Reaper, old man. Aren't you putting this stuff into perspective? Aren't you wrapping your mind around a big picture that you haven't realized it, you know, before? Aren't you smarter than you've ever been in your whole life? What are you doing sitting here smoking cigars? She says, I want you to write that book. And if you write a book, I'll illustrate it for you. And Crowley chewed on that for a while. And I came back with her and said, no, I've written all the big books I'm going to write. I'm collecting my letters. I'm going to publish those in a book that he wanted to call Alistair Explains Everything, which is just his letters back and forth to people. And he said, but I tell you what, if you're an artist, why don't you take just a standard deck of kind of like gypsy tarot cards, and why don't you just sort of tweak the images a little bit, make a quick and dirty tarot deck, and I'll write the little white booklet that goes with it, and you can say you wrote it. Because Crowley was an undischarged bankrupt and wasn't even in charge of his own assets at that time, and any money that came in officially would go to his creditors. Crowley had no money, he had no resources, he had no assets. So he said, I'll write you a good little white booklet, and you can exhibit those paintings and have this as the gallery booklet. And if they get turned into cards, it can be a little white booklet, and we'll split the money under the table. And Frida came back to him and said, no, I don't want to do that. But that got her thinking. And she came back to Crowley with this idea. She says, I'll join your AA. I'll be your magical student. I'll join your OTO, which at that time wasn't a lodge with lodge meetings and stuff like that. The OTO, there was an OTO operating in California, and that's about all. The OTO was kind of in his head. You know, it wasn't manifesting in very many places on earth. And I'll join your OTO. And I will pay you X pounds a week to teach me magic, just for your time and whatever resources and books. It wasn't a stipend even. It was just like this for your trouble. And it was generous, but it wasn't all that much. But it was a little something. It was more cigars and cognac, you know. And Crowley said, well, yeah, I'll do that. And she said, oh, and one other thing. I want you to write that book that I was talking to you about. I want you to organize it the way you sort of organize magic and theory and practice. I want you to organize it along the lines of the tarot. Kabbalistically, I want you to organize the chapters and everything Kabbalistically along the lines of the tarot. And I will provide you 78 full-color watercolor paintings to illustrate that book. And Crowley finally said, okay. So if you read, Crowley said, okay, it'll only take 6 months. It took the better part of 5 years, okay? During wartime, through the Blitz and the troop trains and the rationing and Crowley living out in the country and Frida having a visit on a train, just trooping the portfolios back and forth and letters back and forth, which we have, which are wonderful. It is so romantic. It is just right out of a Merchant Ivory film. It is just, I got to see this on the BBC someday. This is very, very romantic. And but it probably wasn't romantic sexually, because Crowley was in his late 60s and Frida was in her early 60s, and it probably wasn't one mad adulterous romp between the two, as much as we'd like to think. But Frida got her money's worth, and so did we. Frida was a specific kind of artist. Her style, as we're going to get into, her style was based on a theoretical geometry that Rudolf Steiner and the students of Rudolf Steiner were toying with at the time. And it could be toyed with even graphically. And it's called projective synthetic geometry. And I don't pretend to understand it. I really don't. But what I do understand is this much. In Euclidean geometry, if you have a circle and a dot in the middle of the circle, the circumference is equidistant at every point to the dot in the center. Does that make sense? And in Euclidean geometry, if you move the dot in the center, say to the right, the radius decreases as it moves toward the circumference and increases as it moves away from the circumference. And all of the relative positions do the same. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay? Perfectly logical. That would mean that in Euclidean geometry, graphically, as you look into a painting toward the horizon, there would be a vanishing point, where train tracks would, okay. And as the vanishing point moves around, so would the different lines within the thing. Projective synthetic geometry posits that the center of the circle and the circumference can occupy the same position at the same moment. See, if they had television, they wouldn't be thinking of this stuff, So, examples of projective synthetic geometry, and you can say it both ways, because both ways it's referred to, projective synthetic and synthetic projective. Usually, if you would imagine a canvas, and I'd set up a whole bunch of push pins or tacks at the top and the bottom, and I would string rubber bands, okay, to form a nice grid, okay, from top to bottom. Do the same thing on the side and from side to side. And a normal painting would be projected against that grid, okay. But if somehow or other you could project that grid onto the rubber bands themselves, and then just reach in with your fingers and go like that, those lines would stretch as if you were stretching at the fabric of space. And in projective geometry, you're also stretching at the fabric of time. It gets really cool, okay? But this idea of the circumference and the dot in the middle occupying the same position at the same time, with the artwork obliging your mind to go someplace it's never gone before in a flat thing, the first thing that I was talking about this morning, okay? That's what Frida was doing with art. And what Crowley was doing with religion, what Crowley was doing with magic and philosophy, was almost the same thing philosophically as Frida was doing graphically. There's two infinites in Thelema. Well, there's probably three. But the two big ones are Nuit, the star goddess, the infinitely expanded universe, the goddess of the night sky, the infinite outness, and the only way that we can even wrap our minds around the infinite outness is to draw a big circle and say, that's it, that's the big expanded universe. And even in Egyptian art, she's this arched goddess. Looks like she's a big blue basketball player, just incredibly tall, you know. And the second infinite is the infinite point in the very center. The universe and all concepts ultimately contracted to literally just position. It doesn't even occupy space, but it's just position. And these two infinites, infinite out and an infinite in. And because both of these infinities are infinitely everywhere, even though she's really big and he's really small, they're infinitely touching, infinitely everywhere. And this is the big sign, okay, it's the biggest in and out in the world, okay? And that the field, the vibration, this universal vibration of the infinite small and the infinite large, the infinite in and the infinite out, touching infinitely everywhere, the vibration created by that, the ecstatic friction created by that creates a vibration which is the field of operation for the entire universe to manifest in. And that's their sun, Ra-Hoor-Khuit. Can you see projective synthetic geometry with its, and Crowley's Thelema with its? It's just such a perfect match of art and philosophy. It was just absolutely perfect. And Crowley set Frida to work at that. And they had to go back and forth on a few things. She hated to draw faces. And Crowley busted her really bad for that. And she busted him for writing stuff that nobody could understand. She told him his work could be easier understood if he wrote it in Sanskrit. But together, they hammered out these paintings as he hammered out the Book of Thoth. And if you've read the Book of Thoth and got a lot out of it, that's fine. And if you've read the Book of Thoth and it went completely over your head, that's fine too. If you've read the Book of Thoth 50 times, that's fine too. Read it again. It will be a different book. It's a different book every time you read it. And you'll swear you never read that sentence before. You'll swear you never wrapped your mind around that one concept before. You'll swear that the words have morphed into other words as that book sat on your shelf. It's a magic book. And it truly is the only true, best commentary on the Book of Thoth in existence. Okay? This is just to hold off and to get you into it, okay, and to make me happy because I've made no further provisions for my family's future. So, like I always say, I'm asking you to buy it, but I'm not asking you to read it, okay? So, Crowley and Harris, neither one of them lived to see the deck published as a deck. There was one really crude sort of blue and white version that somebody tried to make up. They both saw that and said, no, that's not going out in the public.
Harris exhibited the cards, I think, in 3 major exhibitions. Crowley's name wasn't mentioned in any of them. She asked him, please stay away from the... and he was good enough to stay away. Crowley, of course, died in 47, and Harris lived, I think, until the 60s. I think so, yeah. And she moved to Ceylon. No, excuse me, she moved to Kashmir and lived on a houseboat on Percy's pension. So anything that you read on the internet that he died or he died rich and she died in poverty is untrue. It was probably a pretty pleasant little golden years. She was with Crowley the day before he died. She was at the funeral. She organized an after-funeral curry at her home in London. Crowley loved curry. He loved cooking curry for people and then watching them eat it. But together, at least as far as I'm concerned, they created the single most stunning and magnificent magical object art in history. And it truly is the picture book of not only Western Hermetics, but a particular magical concept that Crowley held in particular reverence. Along about 1913, 1914, Crowley wrote a book called the Book of Lies. And in the Book of Lies, he... it's just all single chapters, self-contained single chapters. Some of them have a loose connection with each other. But they're like, some of them are short little rituals, some of them are funny little poems, some of them are just like haikus on steroids. And but there's one chapter that he talks about writing that he said he had a problem with, and that he included it in the manuscript and then took it out and then put it back and then rewrote it a little bit and took it out and put it back. And he wrote that he finally put it back in to the manuscript before it went to the publisher, just to show contempt for his audience. And the book was published, and a short while after it was published, he gets a knock at the door, and at the door is a German guy named Theodor Reuss, and with a big kind of handlebar mustache. He's an opera singer. The guy sang tenor. He sang Wagner. He knew Wagner at Bayreuth. And he happened to be not only an opera singer, but a music hall performer. And he was also a spy for the Prussian government, sent to England to spy on the daughter of Karl Marx. Isn't this romantic? Isn't Jesus? It's so cool, these characters. And he's told, he was also the head of this organization called Ordo Templi Orientis, who had given Crowley an honorary degree a year or so earlier when Crowley was being sued by MacGregor Mathers. That's a long story. Crowley was officially in the OTO, but it was just a piece of paper or in his collection. And Royce said, "You have published our supreme secret, the secret of our 9th degree, the secret of sex magic." And Crowley said, "Well, where did I publish that?" And he says, "It's in that Book of Lies." He said, "No, I don't even know your secret. I don't know what you're talking about.
I certainly didn't print it in the Book of Lies. Royce gets the Book of Lies out of Crowley's library. He opens up to a particular page. He says, there it is. That's our secret. And we're pissed. And Crowley looks at the thing, and it's that chapter that he had a problem with, that he put in and out and in and out and in and out. That's kind of funny right there. The second. And he says, how's that the secret? I don't understand. And Royce said, well, this means this, and this means that, and this means this. And it was such a dynamic and elegantly simple magical secret that Crowley instantly recognized the universality, the profundity of this particular secret. And it's not like a secret like take 2 parts of this and 2 parts of that and you mix it together and drink it, but in another way it is. But what it truly is the secret that is the sexual secret, if you want to use that term, the sexual secret behind all creation. Okay, not only human creation, not only the creation of stars and galaxies and matter and energy, but the creation of anything a willed intent can stamp on a proper medium and bring to pass. Okay, and insofar as people do this to make other human beings, to make babies, to replicate ourselves, to bring into existence a vessel that's capable of housing an incarnating soul, insomuch as using that as a metaphor, it's sex magic. Okay, but we could almost as easily say it's astrophysics magic. We could just as easily say it's subatomic particle magic. Okay, the sex magic thing, you just throw that out so you get arrested. Ever since that day, ever since the big light bulb went off in Crowley's head, that sex magic became his main number one. He said all of the other magical techniques, all of the things we're studying are now just attachments to this one huge, glorious magical tool. To him, it was the Holy Grail. It really was what the Holy Grail was about. In the most Wagnerian sense of the term, it was the Holy Grail. And he tries to tell this story in the Thoth Tarot, and truly that's what today's talk is really about, and what all of everything else has so far has just been the prelude. So I want to take us through the 22 cards of the trumps, and the story will be told in our examination of the trumps, and we'll find out a whole bunch of other things about the trumps too. But just there's one very important thing that I hope we can all get out of it today, and so I'm alerting you to that point. I'd like you to write something down. The three cosmic players. Responsible for creating quote, the mode of fulfillment of the great work, unquote.
are Mercury, good guess, but no. Sort of. Mercury, Earth, there's your salt, and the sun. There's your sulfur. The three cosmic players responsible for creating the mode of fulfillment of the great work are Mercury, Earth, and the sun. And we can dig that out of Crowley's Book of Thoth, worded pretty much like that. But this next thing I want you to write down, we can dig out of the Book of Thoth by Crowley just like this. Number 2, the climax of the descent of matter is the signal for the redintegration, redintegration, redintegration by spirit. Now, for years I thought that was a typo because I did not recognize the word redintegration. I thought it was the typo for reintegration, and other typos appear in the book, you know, and I, because I looked up redintegration in my dictionary, and I couldn't find it. Okay. And it wasn't until I was writing this book that I got a hold of a 1900-something Collier's dictionary, 2-volume dictionary set, looked it up, and there it was. And it's an archaic word that means return to former estate.
Sorry, was that estate or state?
Estate. So the idea of the climax of the descent of matter, in other words, matter hitting dead bottom of the barrel, okay? The climax of the descent of matter is the signal for the redintegration by spirit. In other words, that causes spirit to be activated to start the entire process all over again. In astronomy or in physics, and believe me, what I know I see on Nova on television, is that in the life cycle of massive stars, the gravity gets so intense that the elements in the center of the star start getting denser and denser and denser and denser until it hits iron. And in a way, iron is the climax of the descent of matter. And when it hits iron, they have what they call a bump. And that bump creates a supernova. It hits dead center, and then it explodes out like that. And from that supernova, then another generation of stars can form once the gravity starts taking over and things. Can you see the wondrousness of the climax of the descent of matter? It's like things in the whole universe just can't get any slower. It's as low as you can go. It's the lowest of the low. Just like the element earth is in the tarot. Just like the princesses, the lowest of the low, the earth elements of their, just like the tens in the small card suits, just like Malkuth, just like you and me. Okay? Okay. Okay. Let's look at the cards one by one. And I wish I could say that the story is a perfectly sequential thing. And for the most part, it kind of is. But certain things are a little out of whack. And not every card is part of the big story. But nonetheless, every card is a wonderful work of art. There's the Fool. And if you got a Fool card in your in a deck in your hand, you might want to get it out and look at it. This is the card that this is the card that freaked me out so much when I opened the deck for the first time. That was not the innocent-looking little fool I was used to. There's some elements in the Fool that really make the Fool cards kind of the master card of all of the trumps, and in a very real sense, it is the master card because all the other trumps live inside the Fool. And it's very easy to see that message being presented to us because he does have a stick, and it's over his shoulder, moves from, and there is a bag from the stick. And do you see the bag to his right there? It's I don't want to move out of cause Chance any trouble over here, but. He's got a stick over here, and from it is hanging a giant oversized bag, and it's transparent, and inside it is a bunch of coins, and inside each of the coins is a astrological symbol or a planetary symbol or an elemental symbol, just literally telling us that the entire Trump series is included in that bag. We can tell he's Dionysus because he also has things associated with Dionysus, including these grapes that are hanging from here. The greenness of the green madness of him is there. He's also associated with Harpocrates, or Hur-Par-Krat of the Egyptians. And that's the god of silence and of innocence. It's usually depicted as a very young or even an infant god that's got a Horus lock and has either his forefinger or his thumb to his mouth. Sometimes he's in a fetal position. Sometimes you see him walking on crocodiles, like he's got crocodile roller skates. He's like, hey, I'm going on there. And by golly, there's the crocodile right there, too. And it's funny about Hur-Par-Krat, the Greeks called him Harpocrates, I've seen two versions of this card that Frieda Harris painted along with this one, or perhaps before, hopefully before. And in those two versions of the cards, the Fool was Harpo Marx, complete with his little wah horn, and with his curly hair and his funny little cap. And it's so interesting. Okay, Harpocrates, Harpo. And not only that, but Harpo Marx was silent. Harpo Marx was sexually ambiguous, but lascivious. Okay, Harpo Marx had everything going for him. I truly wish Crowley would have let her finish those paintings, because to me that was perfect. But anyway, this is the one he liked. He's surrounded by what Crowley describes as three loops that stand for the veils of the negative. Your tree of life drawing that you've got there, even before one, the Kabbalists tell us there were three kinds of nothing. And we'll talk about
we'll talk about those more tomorrow. But the Fool card, being the key number 0, the Fool card is one of 2 0 cards in the trumps. And the other 0 card is the Universe card. And she stands in a big oval, the goddess of the Universe card. And they stand for nothing, but nothing in its capacity as everything jumping out of nothing into manifestation. And the Universe card is everything, having been fulfilled, getting ready to jump back again through the 0 back into negativity. And so the rest of the story, the cycle of, I want to say the cycle of creation, but that's not quite true, of the cycle of being, okay, because creation assumes like time and evolution and stuff, and it's a bigger picture than that, okay? But all the other tarot cards are an elaboration of what takes place between these 2 cosmic events. Everything springing out of nothing, then everything having fulfilled its potential, going back again into negativity. A couple other things before we move out of the Fool. We've got both the Sun here as the codpiece of the Fool, and we've got the Moon down here. It's very easy to miss the Moon, but right above the crocodile is the Moon. So in a sense, we've got both of those things. This thing that looks like a diamond there is really the base of a big Holy Grail. He's turning the cup upside down, and out of the Holy Grail comes the dove of the Holy Spirit. And the dove of the Holy Spirit, usually, you see the Holy Spirit diving into the dove, like in Wagner's Parsifal at the very end. You wait 5.5 hours for that big deal. Okay, the bird drops. I gotta pee. So he's spilling it all out, like everything is being spilled into manifestation. And here's another thing that it's sometimes very hard to see, and that is a vulture. It's a vulture he's dive bombing, or actually it's a she. She's dive bombing. There's the beak, and there's the wing. See the vulture? Now the vulture is the Fool's. Oh, the vulture stands for the Egyptian goddess Mot, and she will appear in the Trump series as the goddess of justice. Okay, and in a very real sense, the goddess of Mot is the Fool's girlfriend. And the 2 Hebrew letters that go with those 2 cards, Aleph for the Fool and Lamed for the Justice card, L-A-L. You put them together, they spell Al, which is the root of God. Spell it backwards, L-A, it's the word that means not. God not. Allah, God not. Okay. Let's see. The Fool moved toward me there. Okay, there's other things, the winged caduceus over there. And here's 2 babies entwined. They might even be still unborn, unmanifest. Suggesting, at least to me, the Horus brothers themselves, Horus and Harpocrates. The twin child of Isis and Osiris. And Crowley describes this flower here as a benediction of 3 flowers. And then he doesn't explain anything more than that. The sun, though, I would like you to always keep in mind, if you don't get anything else out of the day, that, you can remember this all your life. just remember that the sun conceals the fool's penis. You can go home and tell your mother that. I went to a thing today and I learned that the sun conceals the fool's penis. Well, it does. Okay, any other comments on the fool before we move on? Because we're going to have to plow through. Okay.
Rose on the crocodile?
You know, that's the crocodile's eye.
Is that?
I believe so. But then again, it might not be. But it does look like a rose. And, you know, I don't know what it might be. Or the tiger, of course, is associated with Dionysus. And the little dog and the other fool cards are sort of an incarnation of the little dog. The tigers that pulled Dionysus's chariot. Okay. There's the bigger view of the coins there. As you can see there. There's the diving dove. Now can you see the vulture a little better? And you can see the Holy Grail up there a little better too. There's a crotch shot of the fool there. Okay. This is our first alchemical card. And really the beginning of our story, the beginning of the creation of life, and that in the world of magic, that could be the life of anything that you intend. This is the Magus card. Now, no matter what you hear on the internet, no matter what you read, the Thoth Tarot does not have 80 trump cards. I read some decks, especially those published by A.G. Mueller of Germany, have 3 Magus cards. And all 3 of them are finished Frieda Harris paintings. They all look great. Frankly, I like one of them better than I like this one. But they don't all go with the deck. This is the image that Crowley picked. This is the one that he liked. But he didn't make up his mind until he allowed Frieda Harris to paint 3 of them, complete 3 watercolor paintings, before he decided which one he wanted. Now, he made her do partial cards or partial paintings as many as 8 times before he was satisfied with the final design. But he didn't allow her to go ahead and make 3 complete ones, except in this particular case. But this is the one that he liked. And I think he chose it for a number of reasons. And the first one is that he saw that the Magus himself was actually formulating the sign of alchemical Mercury. See the E on top of his head? That's a font that didn't make it across. There's supposed to be a crescent moon or horns on him, okay? But I kind of like the E. I think I'll leave it. Okay, and you see how the wings on his feet form the V of the arrow point, and how the broken arms of the alchemical Mercury symbol are suggested by his arms there. It's pretty cool. Now can you see the fabric of space being ripped with projective synthetic geometry? And do you see that he's really standing on a caduceus? See the wings at the top? And you see the staff of the caduceus coming down to the foot of the picture? And can you see the fabric of space has been penetrated and punctured by the caduceus rising up, and it's still stretched out of space at the bottom there. See how it's the blackness behind it? Okay. Now, no matter what you read on the internet, he's not poised on the top of a surfboard. A surfboard-shaped altar. I just wanted to slap that person silly. Okay, we've got the magician's tools around him. Oh, back to the Mercury. This is the first of the alchemical cards, and it's the one that stands not only for the planet Mercury and the planetary sphere of Mercury and the grade of Magus, but it stands for the alchemical Mercury. And there's a little saying in alchemy that when mercury and sulfur and salt are combined and balanced just right, that it forms vitriol. It forms a universal solvent that is capable of dissolving anything. So sulfur, salt, and mercury equals vitriol. Vitriol can dissolve anything. Now, salt, sulfur, and mercury are they're qualities more than they are elements. And one of the main qualities of mercury is that of transmission. And one of the qualities of sulfur is activity, fiery activity. And one of the qualities of salt is that it can be used to fix anything. Okay, not repair, not fix like you fix your refrigerator, but to fix, to provide, literally to provide a stable body for the manifestation of something. Now, none of them, salt, sulfur, or mercury, can exist or do exist without the other. They're in a constant state of interactivity. And it's almost exactly the same idea that the Hindus try to get across with this concept of the gunas, the Rajas, Tattvas, Tamas, yeah, and the saying is that the gunas revolve, this activity and this fixivity and this transmission quality. They revolve. They're constantly in a contest to see which one is supreme at any given moment. And in doing so, they turn the great wheel of manifested existence. And Mercury, we're meeting the first one of these guys right here. And the normal weapons of the magician, the wands, cups, swords, and discs of the magician are there floating around him. But there's a couple other things too, including a lamp and a stylus, his pen and some paper there. And there's a thing right up by his, when we're looking at it, by his right shoulder, there's a winged egg. Right there. And that winged egg has just flown in from negativity land, completely empty and waiting to be worked on. And we might want to look at this egg at this point as the potential vehicle for the object of a magician's operation. Life needs to somehow get inside that egg and has to be incubated and has to somehow be released from the egg. Okay, but right now it's just flown in. Okay, it's just blank. This thing, besides coming up behind the wings there, this thing which appears to me to be a thing that has two left hands. Am I mistaken, or this guy's got two left hands? I don't know where that's about. It might be something. Huh?
His feet as well.
Has he got two left feet? He's a lousy dancer.
Well, his feet are hands.
Yeah.
In the hieroglyphs line, they do two left hands and two right hands, and I forget which is which, but one of them is giving and one's receiving.
Yeah.
And that's the too, so it might be an Egyptian
Yeah.
translation.
Well, anyway, it bothered me for a long time until I turned on the television, and then it didn't bother me anymore. This is the ape of Thoth, and the ape of Thoth is, I guess, early in Egyptian mythology and iconography. It's not baboons, or it is baboons, isn't it? Baboons will sit around and wait for the sun to come up. When the sun comes up, they go ape shit. And that's where the term came from, you know. I'm a vulgar man. But they wait for the sun to come up, and the sun comes up, and they applaud, you know. And but the ape of Thoth has less to do with his capacity as Mercury here than he does the magus and the duty of a magus as an initiatory level. And I have to cover it just a little bit here. Number 2 on your tree of life. It's pretty high up there. It's second only to number 1, which is an obvious thing to say. But a level of human consciousness that would correspond to number 2 on the tree of life is about as big and as high as human consciousness can reach. And the initiatory level associated with number 2 is called magus. And as you can imagine, if we're looking back into history and the foundations of world religions and spiritual movements, that certain characters that may have started world religions or world religions formed around their character could possibly be candidates for maguses. Okay, Crowley claimed the grade of magus, but he did it, I don't know, it was like 12 years after it probably happened. He wasn't even sure that he'd got it. But the magus, there's only a couple of them per generation or per age that actually hit that degree to such an extent that it changes human consciousness. Their achieving it is an event for all of us, for all of human consciousness. It's such a big cosmic event that the light bulb goes on over lots of people and cultures' heads. And when you achieve the level of magus, you're assigned a pet. It's part of the gift package that you get at the ceremony, the award. They give you a pet, and the pet is the ape of Thoth. And at first he might look cuddly and friendly and gee, thanks for the ape of Thoth, I guess you really love me. The magus has a job to do. When the magus hits the grade of magus, the magus, in his own uniqueness, in the time and space of the age that he is the magus of, utters a word that is the magical formula of the age. So, and the word, well, like Buddha's word, what, anatta? That declares the formula of the age. And then the magus tries to explain the nature of initiation, the nature of reality, the nature of consciousness. But because the magus has crossed the abyss, is way above the abyss area, he's up in the supernal triad of the tree of life, everything with ears below the abyss hears what the magus says aversely. The abyss, that area that goes between the supernal triad on the tree of life, 1, 2, and 3, that wonderful area, and everything else on the tree of life, the supernal triad is protected from the rest of the tree of life with this abyss, which is like a looking glass. And to cross the abyss in your initiatory trip going up, it's like you have to cross Alice passing through the looking glass. So everything that we can think about above the abyss, all opposites are reconciled. Down here below the abyss, all opposites are opposites. Okay, there is a black, there is a white. There's above the abyss, black and white are reconciled. Okay, so any utterance from above the abyss up here in Magus land, the magus might be yelling, "My word is white, white. I'm the white magus. It's white up here, everyone. It's beautiful. Come to my whiteness. Come, it's white, white." And then as it goes through the abyss, it goes white, white, and below the abyss, it's finally going black, black, black. Everything above the abyss is black. And all you have to do is look at, let's say, the character that whose life eventually became the myth of Jesus. Love thy neighbor. Yeah. Turn the other cheek. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy mind and with all thy strength, and thy neighbor is thyself. Love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor. How many years did it take for a monstrous thing to take over? How many years before the first crusade? That's what happens to maguses. That's why when you hear Crowley talking about, oh, her golden cup of fornication and her murders and her sludge and her scum and her gleet and poop in my cup, my dear, and all. It's above the abyss talk. Okay? And all of those murderers and all of the blood of the martyrs, all of a sudden, wait a second, maybe this is just the life of all evolving. And the golden cup of her fornications is really this beautiful Holy Grail type thing. And the whore of Babylon is really, I'm sorry, it's just the most pure female quality possible that turns away nothing. It's just, can you see? That ape of Thoth ridicules every word that comes out, distorts every word that comes out of the magus's mouth. It's the pet that you're issued. Okay. The High Priestess, it's not one of our alchemical cards, but she's beautiful to look at. I kind of fell in love with her until I saw the Princess of Discs. That is. I put her on the cover because I figured I'd always travel with this book, and I'm in lonely hotel rooms a lot. But isn't she beautiful? And there's projective synthetic geometry, and she's got undulating waves of light that form her veil. And and she's just very beautiful. And down at the bottom of the card are all sorts of traditional lunar symbols and stuff. And there's a beautiful white camel there because the Hebrew letter for this card is Gimel, and Gimel means camel. She's also associated with the moon, of course, and Artemis. And her bow of Artemis there is also a harp. And because she woos by enchantment, Crowley says. So, okay. Any questions on the high priest? Okay. Here's our second alchemical card. This is the Empress. And she's making the sign of salt with her body. She's also making a sign that's called Isis Mater Triumphans. Yeah. And in that one arm, the empty arm, if you can imagine the goddess Isis cradling the baby Horus in her arms and holding it up to her breast. And just like in Egyptian iconography, she's shown in profile. Not only that, but she's looking that way, and her husband is looking that way. Hello, dear. Good to see you. Thanks. Good to see you too. Okay. So she's the alchemical salt, and what's happening here in the tarot sequence is we're getting like at the opening of the movie, especially old-time movies, silent movies used to do this. The Birth of a Nation, starring, and then they show a little vignette from the picture, of the different artists or the different actors, So in a way, we're saying the alchemical story of the sexual alchemy of Thoth Tarot, starring Matt Mercury. Emma Empress. Emiliano Emperor. Okay. Anyway, she's Venus, and she's our first introduction to female lunar kind of, even though she's Venus, and probably those two crescent moons there. This is information thanks to Jonathan. Those two crescent moons are probably the phases of Venus, because Venus goes through phases just like the moon. And we're introduced to the concept of a white eagle here. So the Empress is salt. She's also, in a way, our introduction to all things alchemically feminine and lunar and silvery in nature, and the white eagle. Now, in alchemy, the eagle is often just the symbol for a female and the female's contribution, or the female's whatever. It's female. And in alchemy, things happen to the alchemical creatures that sometimes change their colors, and it gives us an idea of kind of an ongoing recipe program. Oh, can I get it? No. Oh, okay. But right now the eagle is just, hi, I'm eagle. At the very beginning of this thing, this is my natural habitat. I'm white. I'm a white eagle. I'm female. I'm all things female. If we're talking about eagle tears, we're talking about female juice. Okay? Now, I have to tell you a little story, okay? And in a way, I'm telling you the end of the story right now. case you faint and have to be taken to the hospital. I was in Aachen, Germany, giving initiations, OTO initiations. This is many years ago. It was before Yugoslavia, the big wars in Yugoslavia and the breakup of Yugoslavia, and before there was the Serbia. And of course, the Yugoslavs came, hitchhiked across Europe through many hardships to come to this OTO, relatively high degree OTO initiation ceremony. And the head OTO guy in Yugoslavia came up, we met, they said hello, and we were meeting before the initiation, and he says that he wants to talk to me about something serious, and he really was serious. And they really are serious folks. It's hard to get them to giggle. It really is. And he comes up to me, and he says, Lon, when you've tortured the eagle, when you torture the eagle and she cries, and the tears of the eagles, they flow. And the eagle has turned red, and your lion has turned white. What are you thinking? And he didn't know it, but he just told me the big secret. Okay, he told me the big secret. He'd got it to that point to ask the right question, and all of a sudden I knew the right question to ask too. And I knew what that eagle was about, and I knew what that lion was about, and my hair just went, whoa! And I didn't know how to answer him, so, well, I don't know, Oliver, what do you think I'm thinking? You know? But he's taking something to a moment. Okay, he's taking something to a moment where the white eagle, as we see her here at the beginning of in a natural habitat, something has happened that turned her red. And as we're going to see in the next card, red is the color of the emperor, of this masculine, fiery energy. And soon we're going to see a red lion that's going to represent this, and a red tincture in alchemy that's going to represent this. Something happened to bring the eagle to a redness, and to bring the lion to a whiteness. And at that moment, what are you thinking? Okay, here's the emperor, and of course he's the sulfur symbol there. We're establishing the red motif there, and now we've been introduced to our three alchemical principles that are going to come into play in various ways in the little story that we're about to tell. But here it's just almost like the opening credits. We're going to be dealing with these. We're going to be dealing with these guys now. Of course, he's Aries, and the Hebrew letter Tzadi. Can you hold that thought long enough for me to do this Tzadi Hay switch thing? Okay. Usually, this card is attributed in most classic decks, in the Golden Dawn deck, to the Hebrew letter Hay. Okay, that's the next Hebrew letter in sequence, you know. And the card that represents the Hebrew letter Tzadi usually is attributed to the star card, way up, 18th card. But when Crowley was dictating, or having the Book of the Law dictated to him, Iwas, or whoever was dictating into Crowley's channeled ear, said something about the mystery of the house of God. The mystery of the house of God. And Crowley stopped and thought to himself, I'm not making this up, Crowley mentioned that this is what happened. House of God. Gee, I wonder if this omniscient angel that's dictating this, House of God is the name of the tarot card, the tower. And so Crowley got sidetracked and thought, tarot cards. I wonder if this omniscient angel can tell me the true attributions of the Hebrew letters with the tarot cards. And the dictator, the spirit dictator of the Book of the Law, had to stop its train of thought and had to stop and answer Crowley, "Oh, all these old letters of my book are right, but Sadi is not the star. Now, God damn it, can we get on with the dictation?" kind of thing. And when you read it, you can see that that's almost like what happened. All these old letters of my book are, all these old letters of my book are right, but Sadi is not the star. Well, Crowley didn't know what, for a long time, he didn't know what to think of that, or what Sadi could be if it wasn't the star. And eventually he came to to the conclusion that the Hebrew letter Sadi goes with the emperor, and the Hebrew letter He, the biggest female letter in the Hebrew alphabet, goes with the goddess of the star card. Sadi, which is the Tziness, which is the root of senior and senior and czar. Okay, that fits him better, and the big He goddess letter goes good with, okay. But there's more to it than that, and I'm briefly going to go through it, because if I don't, you'll tell people and say, "And he didn't even tell us why that happened." The natural order of the zodiac is as we see it there. Okay? We're going counterclockwise with it. That's the natural order of the zodiac. Now, if we lay out the trumps in order, and we take out the planetary trumps, and we take out the elemental trumps, and just have the zodiacal trumps, we pretty much have this order. Pretty nice, okay? But one of the first archetypal modern decks was called the Tarot of Marseille. And the Tarot of Marseille had they disturbed the natural order of the zodiac. The Leo card, or the Strength card, was where the Libra card, or Justice, should be, or vice versa. And when you put the cards in Tarot of Marseille sequence, they make that little loop at the very end. It's like a ribbon that just got twisted there. And you go, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. And in order to do Leo, you have to go, whoop, Leo, Virgo, Libra, then come around like that. That's the Tarot of Marseille sequence. That's what the Golden Dawn had started with. And the Golden Dawn said, "Oh, that's out of whack. That's just out of whack. Let's put justice where it belongs, and let's put strength where it belongs, and then all the Hebrew alphabet will be in proper order, and so will the tarot trumps." Ooh, we discovered a great mystery here. So nobody else could have figured that out, except that 5-year-old kid at Yeshiva University. Okay. The Golden Dawn adjusted the key order of the trumps to proper zodiacal order. They also assigned letters to the Hebrew alphabet of the trumps. Okay? So that's the Golden Dawn. They fixed the loop of the key numbers, or the Hebrew letter numbers of the well, you'll see. Crowley assigned the Hebrew letter to the emperor, key 4, and He to the star, key 17. This disturbed the natural order of the Hebrew alphabet. Golden Dawn fixed the Hebrew alphabet, they thought. Crowley disturbed okay, disturbed it to do that twist with Hay and Sadi. They created a twist at the other end of the zodiac. The Aries card, Emperor, and Aquarius card, Star, are twisted around Pisces now. And then when it came to Crowley designing his own deck, he saw the beauty of the first twist, and it occurred to him that there was something indeed very magical with the Tarot of Marseille sequence. The Golden Dawn presumed prematurely to change what the Tarot of Marseille sequence, that the natural shaking of the Kabbalistic sheet of paper with iron filings over a magnet of human consciousness had done. And Crowley returned, Crowley returned to the Tarot of Marseille sequence of the cards, making a twist at both ends. Crowley saw that your return to the original Tarot of Marseille order created two twists at exactly the opposite ends of the zodiac. One twist, a correction based on the switch in Hebrew letter order, the other based upon a switch of tarot key order. And he still kind of leaves us with the mystery of why. But he felt very confident in that the mystery does indeed exist. I'm being facetious there, okay. To tell you the truth, I would not get into a fight at a bar with another drunken tarot person about Sadi being the emperor or Sadi being Hay or anything. All I know is that all these old letters of my book are right, but Sadi is not the star. That may or may not be talking about tarot cards even. Okay, but I have to lay that. Can you now explain it to somebody in a bar, what has just happened there with that? Well, I'll have to move on anyway, so. The Hierophant card isn't specifically part of our big alchemical story, but it's a beautiful card that we have to talk about, at least. Notice the cherubic images, or the images of the fixed zodiac signs that are in the corners of the card. I think the Thoth Tarot is pretty much unique in the fact that it uses the cherubic images in the Hierophant card instead of the Wheel of Fortune card, which most decks do. But aside from that aberration, can anyone who's familiar with the tarot see another aberration in what's going on there? These are fixed signs of the zodiac, supposedly, and if you project these fixed signs of the zodiac against the zodiacal wheel, Taurus seems to be in, let's start with Taurus at the bottom there, that bull. The lion is in perfect position there with, that's about where the lion would be. But the man of Aquarius and the eagle of Scorpio are reversed. That's not how they appear in the zodiac. And this bugged me because the same thing happens in the universe card. And at first I toyed with the idea that Crowley let Harris make a mistake because Harris wasn't a super knowledgeable magician at first. But and I asked Regarde, and Regarde didn't know. And I asked Phyllis and Grady and all of the old timers that I knew why, and they didn't know. And the book had gotten to the stage of where I was getting ready to send off the manuscript, and I still didn't know. And I had written in in my little commentaries on this card that why the hell the cherubic emblems are switched around like that, I don't know. I confess, I bare my neck to the reader's blade. And just, I was visiting Minneapolis and staying with an OTO friend, and just almost out of desperation, I said, "Hey, do you know why the cherubic emblems on those two cards are turned around?" He says, "Oh yeah, it's in a footnote in The Vision and the Voice." And he gets it out and shows me the footnote, and sure enough, there it is. And without getting into the whys or wherefores of it, with the change of the age, it's the cherubic emblem for Scorpio is now an angel, and the cherubic emblem for Aquarius is now the watery symbol of, or the airy symbol of an eagle. Okay, and I won't justify that for you. I'm just the data. I'll just share the data. Do you see the big hexagram that surrounds instead of this kind of pasty-faced Pope, and with these two kind of ass-kissing acolytes on their knees in front of, that we usually see as the Hierophant, we've got this sexy-looking Babylonian priest king looking just absolutely all buff and cool, and down below him, instead of those acolytes, we've got this beautiful kind of Venusian priestess, and she's holding her face is really the best face Frida Harris drew in the entire deck. She's got this kind of smirk, like you can't resist me. I told you I'm a lonely man who travels a lot. Okay, and there's a few other things, including the serpent in that aura behind him. It's kind of hard to see, but there is both a dove and a serpent in that little kind of stained glass thing behind him. I love the elephant throne. That is just so cool. But we have to move on. There's a thing in alchemy called solve et coagula. It's dissolution and, I guess, reformation, or I want to say Caligula. Solve et coagula. Something first dissolves and then it congeals back. And the most magical, the most technical way I can look at that process as an alchemical process is if I would close my eyes and imagine that just any kind of little scenario, I'm walking into a forest and I see a beautiful white rabbit. And that white rabbit means something wonderful and something magical. But the white rabbit seems to tell me that it's in the process of taking me somewhere. It's in the process of, it's only the beginning of something wonderful that's about to happen to me. And the white rabbit dissolves right in front of my eyes. It dissolves. And then out of that dissolution reappears maybe a woman dressed in a wonderful green foresty type of clothes, and maybe she has magical weapons in her hands or someplace, and maybe she takes me a little further into the vision and turns around and she dissolves. And she dissolves into a magnificent eagle, and the eagle takes me on its wings and it takes me someplace else into a vision. And then the eagle, even as I'm on the eagle's wings, it dissolves. and it turns into a giant, incredibly beautiful jeweled dragon of some kind, and I'm on the wings of this dragon. And not only that, but for some strange reason the dragon turns its breath upon itself and it dissolves and it turns into a little egg, a little beautiful egg, and I'm sitting beside the egg, and the egg dissolves and the egg becomes a baby, and the baby looks just like me, and I'm a different kind of person. That disillusion and then reformation, it happens, and at each time you feel that pulse. You feel that wonderful pulse of disillusion. And this idea in sex, we experience that disillusion in an orgasm. We experience that in a very natural way, okay? And we've got the disillusion thing going for us pretty good. What we don't have going for us very good is something coming out of that, besides a cigarette. But do you just sort of follow that kind of little thing? Okay. This is Solvay, of Solvay and Coagula. This is the disillusion. And it's a marriage. And characters that we've met so far, the red lion of the emperor and sulfur, the male red lion, hey, he's one of the prized guests of honor. As a matter of fact, he's part of an entourage that can't be separated from this black king with a beautiful golden crown, and this white queen with this beautiful silver crown. And her maid of honor is that white eagle that says that's her emblem, and his emblem is that red lion, and they're all dressed up, and they've never been this prepared for something in their lives. And look, right in the middle of the lower section of the card, now that egg that was first introduced in the Magus card has been invivified, at least by a serpent that has wrapped itself around it, as if to give it a magnetic field to serve as a shell for what might go on inside that egg. And of course the magnetic field is 3.5 times around the egg, just like the Kundalini is 3.5 times around the human spine, just like the serpents around the caduceus go 3.5 things around. Okay, it's a magnetic field. Okay, no matter what you read on the internet, the king and queen are not holding the minister's penis in their hand. And it is not squirting into the Holy Grail.
Although now every time I look at this card, it's exactly what
Well, good. Actually, they're holding each other's hand. But you're right. They're doing it in such a way as for that to at least enter your mind. But I don't think that was a conscious thing on Frida's part, but maybe, again, it was. The guy who's marrying them is the hermit. Now, we know he's the hermit because Crowley tells us he's the hermit. And the hermit is a very, very special character in this story. Because who are the 3 cosmic players again that are responsible for the mode of fulfillment of the great work that you wrote down? Okay, Mercury, Earth, and the Sun. And the Hermit is Virgo, which is Earth. And what planet is exalted in Virgo? Mercury. What planet rules Virgo? Mercury. Okay, he's 2/3 of that committee. Okay, he's marrying them, and he's got a Mobius strip around his arms there. That must be their wedding certificate. And he's holding, or the king is holding the Holy Grail with the diving dove on it. And the queen is, and the king is holding the lance. And then together they're holding hands that look like they're holding the hermit's penis. And we've got two children there, a black child and a white child, who, because of circumstances in one of the visions, from the vision in the voice, Crowley identifies as Cain and Abel. And up in the upper right and left-hand corners of the card are two women that Crowley identifies as Lilith and Eve. And there's another story involved in that, but it's not the direct story of what we're trying to do here in the next hour and 45 minutes. Remember that tarot see the cherubic angel, that Eros is drawing an arrow, and we've got that same thing happening there, a winged Eros. This is the Solvay section. This is a scene from the chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. Not the movie Chemical Wedding. But this is the Solvay section, and this is truly the main character there is that egg down at the bottom. Those people came together for the benefit of that egg. And those of you who are familiar with the goings on at a Gnostic Mass can see the priest and the priestess and the cup and the lance and the iconography of the diving dove and the children. It's very cool. And look how happy the eagle and the lion look. They look happier than Luna and Pi when we come home at night. So, okay, we need to move. Yeah.
I've noticed that the wings of the orphic egg are what the two children are standing on.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea on that? Or?
No, I don't have an idea on that, except that egg is so anxious to flitter away. It's so active that Crowley wanted Harris to show them as saying, "Hold her down there. You just stay there for a second here until this is over." That's yeah. And there may have something to do with Cain and Abel and their roles in that particular vision in the voice, but I'm not sure. Solvay et coagula, solution and coagulation. This is Solvay, just like DuQuette said. And there's kind of a bigger close-up there. And now you can really see that's her sleeve. That's not a circumcised penis coming down there. Okay. His robe? It might be. Yeah. She's got bees, right? Yeah. I wish I had something wise to say about that, but I don't.
They're echoing the fleur de lis on the Empress.
Yeah, okay.
There are also little baby birds being born in the Empress as well.
Okay.
All kinds of-
And the empress, like doves and sparrows are Venusian things too. And there's the hermit. He's got a big untrimmed beard there. I mean, it goes. He plays a mean lead guitar too. Okay. Now this is not an alchemical card per se, but it's going to be very, 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 very important to us in our understanding of the sexual alchemy thing here. Now, as we saw all of these characters from the Gnostic Mass here, once Crowley was made aware of this supreme magical technique, this magical theory, okay, the rest of his life was more or less dedicated to perfecting his understanding and execution of this particular magical secret. He saw it as the key that explained Masonry, the key that explained Christianity, the key that explained Hermeticism, the key that more or less explained everything. He projected it upon the myths of the Knights Templar and said, this is what the big Knights Templar secret was. Almost any secret of any society of any world, and Crowley said, and this was the secret, this is what it was all about. And in a way, when something is this universal, you can say that. When it's this natural, when it's this universal, of course it explains everything. And once you've got a kind of a grip on what it really is, you see it played out in every natural phenomena in the universe. I mean, you can, once it's in your head, you see it on billboards, you see it in license plates, you see it on the back of ketchup bottles, I saw it on the word Vegemite. God, Vegemite is a great... I do see it. Oh, well, anyway. Yes, I'll take that tub of Vegemite home with me, please. But the technique, I'll call it a secret, okay? I'll call it a secret. But it's revealed in initiatory societies in a way that's not meant to reveal the secret to you in a step-by-step way, but in a way that prepares you to discover the secret for yourself. It won't be a secret. You could say the technique in like a few well-chosen words. I could probably say it in 3 well-chosen words that would give you the nuts and bolts of the whole situation. But unless you had a light bulb going on over your head about the aha-ness of it all, and the fact that it would take quite a yogi in order to pull it off, and would take quite a magician in order to pull the thing off, unless you really saw the subtlety of it and the universality of it, you wouldn't know the secret. You wouldn't. Okay, you might be able to try stuff and experiment with it, and that'd be fine, and you'll live through it. But you won't have it, okay? So when I say the word sacred, I'm not giving you away the secret of the OTO. I'm talking about this particular revelation. And members of the public, whether they belong to the OTO or not, you can bring your grandmother to a Gnostic Mass. Well, unless she doesn't behave herself. But the OTO provides this beautiful ceremony. It's one of Crowley's greatest rituals that he ever wrote. In my opinion, it probably is his greatest ritual. It's beautiful. It is not a symbolic enactment of this secret. It is an enactment of it. It is a technical, real, live celebration of this particular magical technique that's open to the public to take part in it as far as their own understanding and skill and sincerity will allow. And it deals with that mystery of the Holy Grail there. And the guy that carries the Holy Grail in the tarot story is the charioteer. And that's the Holy Grail in his hands. And he lives in a universe where things don't spill when you show people. And inside of that is the blood of the martyrs, or the blood of the saints. And the blood of the saints Jesus nailed to a cross. And a centurion comes up to Jesus. Let's say it's God that's nailed to a cross. God-man nailed to a cross. A centurion comes up with a lance. And he pierces the side of the God-man. And he creates a lip-like wound in the side of the God. And out of the lip-like wound comes blood and water. And a disciple or a fellow traveler takes a cup, and that blood and that water go into the cup. It might have been Tupperware with a lid that you could just put the cup. The blood and the water goes in there and is preserved to do magic things. And the magic things that blood and water do is this. Joseph of Arimathea takes the Holy Grail with the blood and the water, and he takes it to southern France, and he goes up into the Pyrenees mountains, and he builds this wonderful Grail castle. And around the Grail castle, he mysteriously calls the noblest knights from all over the world, and they come clip-clop-clipping on they pay their own trip over, all expenses paid by themselves. They come over to the Grail castle, and he prepares a big table for them. And on the table are plates and cups and everything. And once a year on Good Friday, the day that the lance went in and piercing the lip-like wound, and the two little substances come out and drip into the cup. And to commemorate that moment, they unveil the Holy Grail, and the Holy Spirit descends upon the Holy Grail like a dove, just like in that last scene of Parsifal, and the Grail lights up, and in doing so, completely transforms the consciousness of all of those knights, and on their plates appear the most beautiful, the most beautifully prepared, the most scrumptious favorite foods that they could possibly eat, and their cups are filled with the most perfect wine and the most delicious wine, and they have all of their heart's desire right there on the plate and in that cup. Not only do they have their heart's desire fulfilled in that blast of glowing energy in the Holy Grail, they're also given a task that only they can do, a task that they might not even be able to do, but if anyone on the earth can do it, it's them. And for a year they go clip-clopping off to do their holy duty, waiting, hoping that they don't fail, and their bodies are hung from a tree and the crows peck out the eyes of their, hoping they can make it back to Good Friday when they can again sit at the table and have their heart's desires fulfilled, and another. That's what's inside that. That's the magic juice inside that thing. Two things. Crowley calls it the blood of the saints. And the charioteer, whose card crosses the abyss from number 5 on the Tree of Life to number 3. The charioteer delivers that blood. It's really the essence of the evolving life of all things. In this particular case, the evolving life of humanity. The totality of the evolving life of humanity is poured into this cup and taken again across the abyss and delivered to the great female, who Crowley calls Babylon. And so the Holy Grail, as it crosses the abyss, becomes the cup of Babylon. And she takes this magical liquor, which is all light, all light, all life. And she goes clip-clopping down the path of Doloth to number 2 on the Tree of Life, where her husband, Chaos, has fallen asleep ever since they made love. And she says, honey, the kids are home. They're in this cup. Wake up and have a little snort. He goes, hey, what's that? He's also the beast in number 2. She gets a little of that stuff down him, and he wakes up and says, hey, you're looking pretty damn good. Come over here. Come on. They make love, and in their ecstasy, in the white heat of their ecstasy, they lose individuality. She's no longer 3, he's no longer 2. Both of them in their ecstasy are one, and that's really their true identity. And that's where we're shooting for, every one of us. That's the level of consciousness all of us are shooting for. We're going to hit it sooner or later. But that's the story. They make love, solve. Solve into the big oneness. But then, it doesn't last very long. He goes, thanks a lot. He rolls over, falls asleep. She goes clip-clopping down back to number 3 and goes, well, that was the most eternal 4 minutes of my life, you know. Not only that, but she can't get to sleep because she just figures out she's pregnant. And she is pregnant, and she delivers twins that fall out below the abyss. The boy falls out and hits his head in Tifereth. The girl slips all the way down to Malkuth, bumps her head, and has complete amnesia. That's us. We've hit our head down in Malkuth. We've forgotten who the hell we are. We've forgotten that we're the princess, and that we've got a holy guardian angel who's really the prince, who can't go anywhere in his career until he marries us, knocks us up, makes us a mother. We have our home up in Bina, which gives him a home up in Hokmah, and the whole thing starts all over again. Do you see the alternating current of this wonderful story? That's the blood. And Crowley, for each of these cards, has a funny little thing that he says from the heart of the master. For each of those, for each of the cards, and they all make sense. All of them make sense except this one right here. The thing Crowley says about this one right here is this: the issue of the vulture. 2 in 1 conveyed. This is the chariot of power. Trink, the last oracle. Thanks a lot, Mr. Crowley. The issue of the vulture. The reason that the vulture was attributed to air back in the Fool card is because way back in Egyptian times, the Egyptians thought that vultures reproduced unlike any other animal in the world. They reproduced magically. I guess they never saw two vultures getting it on. Maybe they just do it privately someplace. But what they do see is that every time the wind blows and a bunch of vultures are on the ground, the vultures all turn their backs to the wind, and the wind blows up their backsides. And the Egyptians said, vultures become pregnant magically by the wind blowing into their bodies. The wind, the gods make them pregnant. It's not the introduction of the male's contribution. Okay, you just got blown into the issue of the vultures. So the issue of the baby, vulture baby, magic baby, not aardvark baby, not drop bear baby, magic baby, 2 in 1, and then conveyed. 2 in 1. The issue of the vulture is made up of 2 things that become one thing, and then it's carried. It's 2 in 1, conveyed. And when the charioteer conveys the Holy Grail across the abyss by the path of Het up from 5 to 3, who does he convey it to? It's Babylon. Okay. He conveys it. Then it's used. It's drunk. It's drunk as the most magic of magical elixirs. It's the magic elixir that lights the stars. The issue of the vulture, 2 in 1 conveyed. Trink, the last oracle. Trink, T-R-I-N-C, all caps. Trink, in the story of Gargantua and Pantagruel. Is it Rabelais? Rabelais. A guy named Pan-Urge. Now there's a name for you. Pan-Urge, all urge, the big urge. Pan-Urge and his friends, they drink and they carry on. It's a very ribald story. But Pan-Urge has a question. Should I get married? Should I get married? And, he asks his friends, I don't know if you should get married or not. It's got its pros and cons. Eventually someone says, this is an important question. You should go visit the oracle of the bottle. And let the oracle of the bottle tell you whether you should get married. So Pan-Urge, and he goes on funny little adventures and does Rabelaisian things using geese as toilet paper and things like that. And he finally goes to the shrine of the bottle. He gets there to the shrine of the bottle, makes the pilgrimage, and he meets the priestess of the bottle, and her name is Bakbuk. Bakbuk, 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 Bakbuk. And so the whole thing is one pun after another, one play on words after another. And so finally she unveils the bottle, and there it is. It's a bottle. It's just a bottle standing there. And he says, well, mighty bottle, should I get married? And the bottle breaks. And when it breaks, it makes the sound trink. Just like when you put a bottle of champagne in the freezer and you forget about it, and pretty soon, after a while, you hear trink. And you go, oh boy, there's the trink. Yeah. Trink. The last oracle. And Pan-Urge interpreted that as the bottle's way of saying drink. And then he interpreted that as, like drink deep from the wine of life or whatever. Drink. It was like an affirmative, but affirmative in a way where you take it into yourself. You take it in, drink. Go ahead. The wedding is a taking in to yourself. That's what you do with that cup. Drink, the last oracle. And what's in that cup? 2 in 1 conveyed. Just like what came out of the lip-like wound of Jesus' side was the blood and the water. They go way out of their way to say the 2 things came out of the lip-like wound. Okay? And the knights, in their own way, get their heart's desire by the magical use of the 2 in 1 conveyed thing. So, are we... And in a ceremony such as the Mass, like a Catholic Mass, there's a host in the wine that become the body and blood of God. Can you see the big magic in a Eucharistic ceremony? Big, big, big magic. Well, there's even greater magic, just kind of behind the scenes of what's going on in that particular ceremony. But that's the big story that I have to tell for that. In the canopy of the chariot there, it says abracadabra. It doesn't say abrahadabra, it says abracadabra. And I'm not sure why Crowley allowed her to misspell that holy word. But it's no coincidence that this is the card that stands for Cancer, the zodiac sign Cancer, and it's no coincidence on this drink card, this 2 in 1 conveyed card, that the symbol for Cancer is 69. Okay, there's the fool's girlfriend. Not much to say about that. Notice the alpha and omega in the the scale pan. Okay, and she's on tiptoe there. It's pretty cool. But I'm going to blow right through her to get to there, because now it's starting to get good. This is starting to get really good. You see our Orphic egg now? That serpent is pinched tight around that egg, so much so that it looks like the egg is almost ready to it's almost misshapen. And that's the god Thoth. We can see the hermit now is the god Thoth himself, and it's very stylized ibis head there, but it's Thoth all right. And it's surrounded, and not only that, but he's underground, because we know he's underground because of the 3-headed dog Cerberus. There is down there, just like Cerberus guarded the underworld, and when Thoth Hermes went down to the underworld to rescue Persephone, he had to trick the 3-headed dog Cerberus with honey cakes to get past. So we know this is underground, and we know it's in the moist, warm earth, and he's surrounded by sperm cells in the form of many shafts of wheat, and he's staring with full intent at that egg. If I was that egg in this card, I'd be nervous. This egg is getting fertilized in this card. And it's the hermit that's doing it. He's, okay. Well, it's not the hermit that's doing it. It's the sun that's doing it. And he's got the sun in his hands. And now we've got Virgo. Virgo for the hermit card. Okay? Virgo, Earth. Mercury, ruling Virgo. Mercury exalted in Virgo. And we've got the sun card itself. Okay. Whatever it is that is going to impregnate that egg, whatever it is that's going to bring forth and fertilize and eventually bring forth the regeneration of the world is going to be solar in nature. And it's going to need the skills of Mercury, and it's going to need the fertile medium of Earth in order to provide the medium for it to happen. It's going to need a medium of some kind. But right now, this egg is getting itself fertilized. Down in the lower left-hand corner is something that I always thought was the sperm cell. But when you look carefully into it, and Crowley describes it as a drawing called a homunculus, which was the product or an illustration that illustrated an obsolete sexual theory, a theory of human sexuality, where there was a time when they thought the human sperm cell contained within it an exact replica of a mature human baby, but it was just really tiny. Okay, and that when it penetrated an egg, it just grew. It didn't develop. It didn't need to develop. It was already okay. Well, that's not the way it is, but it tells a story, and it tells a story that the entire object of whatever your magical operation be it your desire for the holy guardian angel, or be it I want a Cadillac, is at the very beginning of the process is completely formed. Okay, my desire that I want to impress upon this medium that I want to grow into a baby is formed, it's completely formed at the very beginning, and that's what that homunculus is telling us. Hi, I'm nervous, oh man. There's the sun. And Harris didn't like hands either, but it's this is the Yod card, and Yod means hand. So this is the first full board meeting of our Sun, Earth, and the Sun, our Sun, Earth, and Mercury. This is the first board meeting. It's happening. That egg is now fertilized. Now we have to move on to another alchemical process. We've got that part behind us. Don't have to redo that part. There's the homunculus. Can you see the babe in a fetal position? And that little thing on the top of his head is the cranial sutures. Okay. Oh, I love the Wheel of Fortune card, and it's a beautiful card, but it's not a direct part of our story, and except for the absence of the cherubic emblems, it's just a stylized, wonderful stylized version of the rest. I love this card. It looks good framed in your living room. This card keeps the Thoth Tarot deck out of the United States prison systems because it's just too obscene. Prisoners at night might do something perverse instead of stabbing each other with spoons. But and there she's holding the Holy Grail, and there you can see the blood of the saints being squeezed almost out of wriggling serpents. It's a pretty hot card, and the lion itself, the lion's head, is made up of the heads of seven figures from other Crowley literature. The head of a poet, which is Crowley himself there. You see the classic Crowley face there that the Beatles used on Sgt. Pepper. That's his. And then there's I guess a maiden and and a whore, and a king, and a soldier, and a clown or harlequin, and the serpent-headed tail. When you think about it, even the demure strength card of, say, the Rider-Waite deck is really Babylon. It's been Babylon all along from the book of Revelation. She's holding the lion's mouth. This card has always been Babylon and the beast conjoined, even in the most Christian medieval of times. This has always been the Babylon card. But the Hanged Man, Crowley says this card is almost a cenopath. It's almost so obsolete in the age of Horus that it's almost a grave marker for a grave of someone that's buried someplace else. Especially the idea of self-sacrifice that developed and then became completely corrupted during the last or the Christian era. That self-sacrifice for the sake of self-sacrifice was somehow virtuous and to be admired and rewarded, even if there wasn't, true philanthropy motives behind it. Okay, and that's supposed to be, that grid is supposed to be Enochian tablets or the Enochian water tablet, but I counted the squares. It doesn't work out. So. Okay, I'm going to have to talk about two cards at once because now we're getting out of a linear flow here. The egg has been fertilized. And this egg, remember, will give birth to the object of our magical operation, no matter what that is. It can be anything. And the death card, Crowley's death, I love this death card. He looks, he's moving so much. The skeletons look so stiff in other death cards, and this guy he's boogieing. He's just, you can hear music. Okay, and he's not on the earth. He's underwater. He's at the bottom of the sea there, and he's whipping up life in the bubbles that he's creating there, instead of cutting life down. But he is sort of down there in the stinky sludge of the putrefying, decaying sea bottom. But I'm going to go back and forth between these two cards for a second. Isn't that gorgeous? I think that's my favorite. Lon. When you torture the eagle, and she cries and tears flow. And your eagle, she turned red. Your lion, you turn white. What are you thinking? This is that moment. Okay. The black king and the white queen have run together on their honeymoon so fast on the beach that they smashed into each other and have become a single character there. And notice all of the, a black face now with blonde hair and a white face now with black hair, and one black arm, one white arm, and she's pouring water on the old lion symbol who used to be fire. He's still fire, but now he's white. The fire has turned white, and the water's turned red. Okay. She's pouring water on the fire symbol and fire on the water symbol, and it's both happening in that cauldron. And she's standing in front of the egg. That thing in back of her is the egg, and that egg says, this is coagula, by the way. Everything that's going on outside the egg is what's going on inside the egg at the moment. Okay. And the egg says, the equivalent of visit the interior of the earth by rectification, thou will find the hidden stone. The initials are vitriol. We're trying to figure out now how to use the vitriol to crack the egg. But first, the egg needs to be incubated. It needs to be incubated. It needs to be incubated just right. And we have to bring it to the moment of that just rightness. And it's going to require heat to incubate the egg, and that heat is going to have to be perfect heat. It can't be too cold or the egg will die. It can't be too hot or the egg will fry. It has to be just right. But what has brought it to that moment is this lion and eagle, and what are you thinking, Lon? Okay. There comes a time, let's talk about the 2-in-1 conveyed. In order to make a human baby, you need the contributions, the physical contributions and the physical equipment of a man and a woman. I know we can do things in test tubes now, but we're talking the metaphor of the magic art form. We need the contributions of both a man and a woman, the sperm and the egg. Okay? Even our parents did this magical act to create our bodies. Okay? And they did a good job because they formed the vessel of an incarnating soul. They did their magic really good. Thanks a lot, Mom, Dad. But what takes place on the physical plane is also taking place on the magical plane. And the same laws that dictate behavior on the physical plane, and the same laws that go into the creation of a human child, are the same laws that dictate conditions in other dimensions and in other realms. Ultimately, as we'll find out tomorrow at the Kabbalah thing, ultimately everything that manifests on our physical plane, there's an idea behind this table. And behind the idea of the table is the idea of things resting off the ground. There's subtler and subtler and subtler things going on. And the same magical laws that dictate the creation of a physical child are the same magical laws that dictate the creation of any child on any plane. Not only that, but our bodies themselves, and even the things that go on inside our bodies without our supervision. In other words, once you become pregnant, you don't have to say, oh, I wonder if I'm more pregnant today. Okay? Oh, I think I'm growing his little ear. You know, you don't have to think that. You could forget all about it for months. Your body takes care of itself because there's a magic thing that's going on automatic pilot. What I'm saying is, with this kind of magic, if you do the magic right at the very beginning, your body, the magical alchemical laboratory of your own body, will do the work on automatic pilot. Your body and the magical forces behind even things that you are subconsciously doing or not consciously doing at all, or another nervous system is doing it, will take over. In other words, you can make yourself pregnant with the object of your operation, and your body will give birth to it in the same natural way while you were watching television. Well, maybe not. I don't mean it that way, but do you see what I mean? Okay. Just as it takes the physical sperm and the physical egg, there is something behind sperm and behind egg. And again, there's something even behind that that's even more magical. Just like there's the physical sperm, but then there's the angel sperm and the archangel sperm and the angel and the archangel, okay, there's greater magical things just behind that. And when you torture the eagle, what he was trying to say is when you're in a love-making situation and things are developing naturally and normally, but for some wonderful magical reason, the two of you have taken it to another octave, and maybe an octave that you've never hit before, or that you hit very infrequently. But if this sounds familiar, I hope it sounds familiar, and if it doesn't, I'll let you know it happens. You go someplace a little bit higher. You dwell in certain places, wonderful places, a little bit longer. You carry each other to a place where you're forming something behind the stuff that would usually come out in a premature way, and you smoke your cigarettes. As a matter of fact, you can get to a point where both of you, it has become now a union of consciousness instead of just a union of physical. It's a union of consciousness. And your interaction with each other has gotten far beyond just a simple attempt to please one another. It gets to the point of where, well, from my point of view, me pleasing her is no longer a matter of me and her. She is me so much that I'm pleasing myself, and I'm getting a bigger kick out of her fun than I'm getting out of mine. As a matter of fact, it feeds itself like a snake with its tail in its mouth, okay? And you hit that thing, and it just keeps feeding itself and going to another octave and another octave and another octave until all my red lion has turned white. Now, my maleness has become just transcendently female, and the same thing is happening with her. And all of a sudden, we are actually producing in our bodies physiological substances that we don't normally create with our machinery. It's different stuff. And you might think it's very subtle, and you might not notice it at all, but it is. I mean, it's other stuff. It's wonderful stuff. And usually, you know that you're there when you go, "What is that wonderful smell?" You know, wow, do bodies smell like that? Oh, well, anyway. Now you can see what the tears of the eagle are. Now you can see what torturing the eagle. It doesn't mean mistreating the eagle or abusing or interrogating the eagle. It's a wonderful, and the eagle cries, okay, and the lion turns white and the eagle turns red. That's where you've hit that spot where you're individual, where you've stopped being two, and you've hit the oneness thing. And it even manifests, it doesn't have to, but it even often manifests physiologically in the elixirs that you both produce. 2 in 1 conveyed. That's the 2 in 1. And you know, you might think, well, is that 2 in 1 sperm and egg, or sperm and female fluids? Yes, on one level, but no on the bigger level. Okay. And that process of taking yourselves to one level after another is what's happening in that cauldron right there. And this is the coagulation process, okay? And inside that cauldron, we know what's going on inside that cauldron because of that symbol that's on the outside of the cauldron. And it's called a caput mortuum, death's head. And there is a skull with a raven on top. So that is telling us that cauldron is the death card. So, inside that cauldron, this is the heat. This is the process. This is kind of the secret. How many times have you heard sex is death? You ever heard that? Sex is death. It is. The death card is also the sex card. Scorpio, of course. Oh, the crazy Scorpios, okay. This is a stinky card, okay? Scorpio is the zodiacal sign of putrefaction. Putrefaction is just another nice way of saying rotting. Okay, dead things rot. And they become stinky when they rot. And when they rot and become stinky, they give off heat. The process creates heat. The Hebrew letter is nun, and Hebrew letter nun means fish, and fish decay very fast and are very stinky. They're also very exuberant in their reproductive capacity. Scorpio is one of the signs of the zodiac that have several emblems that are official emblems for Scorpio. And the three emblems of Scorpio are the scorpion, of course, which represents one of these kinds of putrefaction, and the serpent and the eagle. Those are all legitimate Scorpio signs, and they each represent a different kind of putrefaction. And the scorpion represents the fastest, most explosive expression of putrefaction, because the scorpion was said to, if you circle it with fire, it will sting itself to death in a very agitated way. And this is like explosive things. You know how people are making, terrorists are making bombs out of fertilizer and things. So that's because it's very explosive. Big mountains of fertilizer, will explode or catch fire. You always hear news stories. Okay, the second kind of putrefaction is the type that creates a heat that's sort of a compost pile is a good example. And a well-tended compost pile gives off a more even heat, but it rises to a certain temperature, and then it has to be cared for. It has to be turned. A perfectly composed compost pile almost contains within itself its own thermostat. It gets too hot, and its own internal processes, chemical processes, will shut down and cool it off. And when it gets too cold, or part of it gets too cold, it can switch itself back on. But most compost piles need attention. They'll get too hot, you got to cool them down. If they get too cold, you have to add some more stuff and get them going. So they have this undulating, I'm getting too hot, now I'm getting too cold, I'm getting too hot, I'm getting too cold. So it's like that serpent, okay? Now the Scorpio heat would fry the egg. That's it, it's dead. And if we're looking at in the lovemaking process, you know, that's just, well, that's just normal for me. Okay, it's 3 minutes, sorry. But it was a wild 3 minutes, wasn't it, honey? And the other one is just almost too hot, too cold. Your process is shut down, you know, in the cold section, or over. That doesn't work in and of itself. The eagle is the third kind of putrefaction, and that in and of itself can't work either. That's the kind of putrefaction that is so slow, so subtle. It's what in tombs in Egypt, where they haven't opened the tomb has been sealed for 3,000-4,000 years, and there's things in there. There's wood furniture, and there's maybe cloth or other things. Real slow. Things that you wouldn't think of as putrefaction, nevertheless, are deteriorating and slowly giving off heat that we can only sense now as gas. So when the tombs are unsealed, it goes pfft. So this gas, okay, it's almost negligible heat in itself, but it's enough to where if you got a little bit of gas and a little bit of scorpion heat and a little bit of the undulating thing, you can incubate that egg, and with the vitriol, you know, give birth to the object of your operation. So, do you see what Crowley's trying to teach us in the cards, and in his comments in the book of Thoth? It's a story that I never read before. It's just like one of those, well, how many times have I read the book of Thoth in 35 years? And just, 6 months before a thing goes to press, all of a sudden I see this, he's telling this story. He's telling the story right and it goes smack dab with the greatest magical thing that he's capable of. And I think there's the vitriol. Now, in a way, that's the alchemical story. In a couple places, I told you the end before I told you the beginning. This idea of trink and of the two-in-one conveyed, and the idea of the solvate coagula between the Gemini card of the lovers and the Sagittarius card, which happens to be 180 degrees across the zodiac. They're on the same pole, the art card. Solvay and coagula are on the same pole of the zodiac. It's so cool. But what we've got is a situation where we have the ultimate in talismanic magic. Talismanic magic is where you take an inanimate object and you turn it into God, or you make it divine, and then you somehow let it influence you. Like making a planetary talisman, and you put a couple of Saturnian god names on it, a couple Saturnian angel names, a couple Saturnian symbols on it, and you make it on Saturday and you rub some Saturn juice on it. then you stick it in your shoe or in your wallet and say, oh, give me good luck. Good Saturn luck. Or the ultimate talismanic magic is a Eucharist. You take an inanimate object of a food variety like bread and wine. You turn that into God. And instead of sticking it in your shoe, you stick it in your mouth. And your body, all the subconscious things that go on that cause your body to extract sunlight, the energy of sunlight out of plants and out of animal material, and convert it into your own flesh, into your own energy, into your own brain cells. That's big magic. It's big magic that's going on without you having to micromanage it. So this Eucharist thing, this thing, whereby you can take your heart's desire and impregnate a living substance with it. And then, while still holding that image in your mind, Lon, what are you thinking? While holding the image in your mind as you consume it, drink. Sooner or later, you're going to give birth to it. Sooner or later, it's going to actually manifest in your own flesh and blood. It's going to become you. It's big magic. It's big, 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 big magic. And anybody could go to a Gnostic Mass ceremony where people are knocking themselves out. Volunteers are knocking themselves out for an hour to this wonderful, beautiful ceremony to consecrate. To in their own way, a priest and a priestess dissolve into ecstasy and create a baby and host in wine, all for you, while you're sitting there going, okay, I want it now. So you march up, and there it is. There it is. You could be sitting at Mass and going, I want a Cadillac, 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 Cadillac. I tell you, if you fall in love with the idea of the Cadillac, and you really fall in love with it good enough, and if you're holding it in your mind that's good enough, your love for the Cadillac will be so real that the universe will have to rearrange things in order for you to manifest a Cadillac. It's just the way it is. It does. Okay. It's not just I'd like a Cadillac. Nah. You got to fall in love with the idea. In a way, you're creating a baby already on another plane. And if you can just hold that baby on that plane long enough, the whole rest of the universe says, well, he's created enough gravity with that thought that we're going to have to swirl around in another funny little way and get that man his goddamn Cadillac. Okay. But that's really basically the thing behind it. And it's wonderful. It's marvelous. And the only reason that people think that it's dangerous is because it works. And you better really, really need what you're looking for. Okay? And not only does it work, but all of us have the basic talent and the basic equipment to make it work. Our parents had the basic equipment, otherwise we wouldn't be here. So, okay, the devil card. That's kind of a standard devil card right there. Those two acolytes don't look, they're facing us, thank you. you know, they're chained to the devil there, but it doesn't look like they're chained too tight. And I always enjoyed her perkiness, yes. So. And the devil is looking pretty ornery there. And in this one, he's looking really male. The devil is really a super male card. It's a Capricorn card. Look, they could just lift those chains right off of their heads there. They're not chained that tight. And of course, it's a caricature of the Hierophant card. So, here's...
Star Trek fan. He seems to be good.
Yes, he's saying live long and prosper. Well, or maybe he's saying to us, I always have been and shall always be your friend. The George and Ira Gershwin song that ain't necessarily so from Porgy and Bess. The last line is, they tell you, oh children, the devil's the villain, but it ain't necessarily so. And it really is true. We can probably drag more real evil out of other cards easier than we can drag it out on the devil card. Just ask any Capricorn. But this is Harris's devil. And I'm really surprised that she was so explicit. I mean, do we have to draw you a picture? Well, there's the picture right there. It's and that goofy, pleasant smile on the goat's face there is just saying, what do you think of this? And right down to the Saturnian rings up at the top, just like one of those devices. But it's obviously an erect penis and two testicles there. And within the testicles, we see the male and female acolytes now. Okay, now there's 4 each instead of just 1 each. And the ones on the left are women, just like before, and the ones on the right are men. And within the globes themselves there, we see lines that are, suggestive of chromosome things. And if you look at the side of each of them, there are these kind of hemispheric rays that when you look at a living cell beginning to divide under a microscope, they start to divide. You can know that they're triggering themselves to start to divide when these hemispheres along the side appear, and then they split. So that she's really trying to give us a biological message here about chromosomes and splitting of cells and the life inside the testicles, and the idea of the female chromosomes on one side and the male chromosomes on the other is very explicit, and it's kind of cute because the women look like they've all got it worked out, who's going to be higher and who's going to go out first, and they've more or less worked it all out themselves rationally and calmly. And then the men are just beating the crap out of each other. Yeah, they're wrestling and just clawing and scraping. And the one guy there has got himself right at the top. And one night about 3 a.m, when I was looking at this card under a magnifying glass and writing about it, for the first time in my life, I saw the devil in this card. And it's not the goat. Well, yeah, it is a goat, but the devil in this picture is not our Himalayan goat there. It's the guy that's made it to the top. And his back is to us. We see his buttocks. And don't you always see the devil's buttocks? And he's looking up. And we see him in profile. Do you see him? That's him. He's looking up. See his horns? His two horns? See, he's in profile. He's got a long, pointy chin, just like a Renaissance Mephistopheles. He looks really mean. That's his ear that's facing us there. And really, I was startled. Because all my life, I didn't see that. I saw sort of what is he, a hammerhead shark? Or, what's going on? And I saw his face, and I saw the horns in his ears and his chin and everything else. And I actually sort of went, I'm going to bed now. Isn't that cool? Okay. This is probably the most stylized and cubist-y kind of Oliver cards, the Tower card. Crowley says that's the mouth of Dis down there at the bottom. At first, I didn't see the lightning coming from the top, or I didn't see that big zigzaggy as lightning, but it is. But in a way, this is really a pretty standard card in a very kind of unorthodox way. The people falling from the tower are these kind of stylized geometric figures. Crowley mentions the eye here in a capacity that at least might give us food for thought, especially when we're talking sex magic things. And that the eye that is sometimes associated with the Hebrew letter Pei, which means mouth, in the Tower card. And I can't say for sure that this was his intent at this particular place, because this eye shows up in like the universe card and such, but because of other traditional or other traditions associated with this card, and human orifices that are associated with this card and such, that this particular eye might be indicative of the anus as a sexual item instead of an eliminatory, or how you pronounce that. And and of course, in cultures all over the universe, that's not out of the question or off topic when dealing with this kind of stuff. And even one of the collects of the Gnostic Mass of the lady. Can you say the lady collect right off the bat?
Oh, I'm looking from my head.
Okay. It's at the very end of it says, "Thou and thine handmaiden in thine office of gladness," and so that's the handmaiden. Okay, so just thought I'd throw that in, just so you could say, well, there's something Lon said that shocked me. The star. Now we can see, man, this isn't a Tzaddik card, this is a Hey. She's a goddess, and it's the goddess Nuit, and it's Crowley describes those cups as being shaped like breasts. And wow. Maybe they are, and I just haven't seen enough nipples in my life. But those seem like pretty big nipples there, if those are breasts. But anyway, she's the goddess Nuit, the star goddess. And she's not kneeling there. She's kneeling by a river. It's kind of hard to see in the card, but it's easy to see here if you turn your attention to the bottom of the card. There's a pretty wide river there that she's kneeling next to, and on the other side of the river are mountains that look pretty pyramidal on the other side. And but what's really kind of neat is that the globe that's in the background there is not the Earth. For a long time, I looked at this card and said, oh, she's the star goddess, and she's out there in space, and there's the Earth. But that's a celestial globe. It's not the Earth. That's the stars. Doesn't that change the scale of how you look at her size and her significance? That's the globe. And there's 7-pointed stars all over the place there. She's pouring them out. Okay. The moon card is not particularly part of our alchemical story, but again, there's kind of you can look at it sort of like from the doctor's end of a gynecological table. And because the moon here is, there's two moon cards. The high priestess is the moon in her higher aspect, and this is the moon card in her lower aspect. And the moon in the lower aspect in magical stuff really deals with on a physical level with the mysteries and of menstruation, and hence even in the most innocuous moon cards, we usually see dripping drops of blood from the sky in the forms of yod. The idea of blood sacrifice, has been a very has dominated magical themes since prehistoric times. Even the Eucharist ceremony of the Christians, in a way, is just kind of a surrogate ceremony from human sacrifice. I mean, many years ago, our ancestors would go out hunting. So Og and me and Og are going out hunting, honey. We'll be back with tonight's food. We're going to feed the village. And we go out hunting, and there's this big boar or something, and Og goes and jumps on the boar like we always do, because we haven't invented weapons yet. It's just, but what do we need weapons for? We got Og. And Og jumps on the boar, and the boar gores him and bites him and tramples him, and Og gets all bloody and dies. And everybody goes, oh, Og, he tried to feed us. He tried to be our savior. He died for us. I wonder how he tastes. So Og, the savior of the village, he may have, but he'll live forever. And every time you got an Og finger that you're nibbling on there, you go, God bless Og. He'll live forever. And then you dream about him too. Hey, last night I dreamed of Og. He says hi to everybody, can you see the mystic thing of the Savior and the blood and all of that? I'm sorry, taking a little bit of wine, a little cookie is just one little teeny piece, one little teeny step away from that. The Savior who died for us, who bled for us, whose blood came out of the lip-like wound. Also the idea that of child sacrifice. And this is where Crowley got into so much trouble. In Magic and Theory and Practice, he had a chapter on child sacrifice, and what he was really talking about was sex magic stuff. Okay, you could get arrested talking about sex magic stuff. You could, and get your books seized and burned. But you know, you couldn't get arrested, and they didn't arrest you for talking about child sacrifice and bloody stuff and hideous. So he said, okay, you know, all of my fans are geniuses like me. They'll know what I'm talking about. All I have to do is just drop a couple of hints and they'll know what I'm talking about. And he does this bloody sacrifice thing. The best child, you know, is a male child of high intelligence. I performed this sacrifice, well, I think 120 times one year, my diary says. And even today, on Christian television, you'll see, this is Aleister Crowley. For years he ran the international drug trade, and he still does. And he was born in the Middle Ages and never dies. And he ate so many babies, this one. When he was just saying, well, I ejaculated that many times and I didn't make anybody pregnant, you know. But this idea of menstrual blood, especially in the Hindu cultures, is really a hot topic, because without incurring any karma whatsoever, without hurting anybody, without taking the life of any other individual, it has all of a sudden once a month what could have potentially become a baby is sacrificed. Just naturally. No harm, no foul. But when it happens, Og and I go hunting. Okay, it's supposed to be a crayfish there. Crowley let her get away with a water spider. Okay. Isn't that gorgeous? Okay, it's kind of a standard sun card. Surrounded by the belt of the zodiac. This is another one that looks good, framed and in your house. Okay, another thing that the Thoth Tarot has that's unique is it doesn't have a judgment card. And the judgment card in a standard deck shows that moment from a scene in the Revelation of John, where the angel Israfel is blowing a trumpet in the last day, and all the graves open, and all the dead people rise out of their graves, ready to fly up into the sky to be judged by God. It's Judgment Day. That's why it's called the Judgment Card. Now, I don't know what people were thinking when they actually bought in to the fact that they should belong to a religion or faithfully believe in the objective reality of somebody in the sky going to toot a horn and all the graves open and all the zombies in the world come out of the grave and then they fly with their stinky clothes all the way up into heaven beside a guy in a white horse who is busy with his angels killing 2/3 of the world's population that don't think this is the only spiritual game plan in town. Well, there's probably something Kabbalistic going on there. And whatever John was doing, whether it was a misinterpreted Kabbalistic grocery list, whatever it was, people are saying, that it's easy to see that John was talking about events surrounding the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. That makes sense to me. I more or less buy into that. But this story has become embedded in Western civilization consciousness, and it is in itself, I'm sorry, we're stuck with it as a motif. But and that motif showed the end of the age of Christianity, the end of the precious age of John's Savior. This is what things are going to look like at the end of the age. There's going to be wild, fire-breathing, worms going through the earth that look like subway trains. Dragons in the sky. Well, they look like 747s, You can't blame John for being upset about a vision of the end of the age of his precious Savior. You just can't expect him to celebrate that. And as far as he's concerned, it's the end of the world, because he sees a new spiritual age just dawning. And an idea that it would end seems evil to him. So we can't blame John, but we can blame a bunch of other people that have taken political advantage of this for the last 2,000 years. It's despicable. They should be ashamed of themselves. This end of the world by fire, that is the last judgment. Remember, God destroyed the world by water once. I don't know what got him so pissed off. He didn't like what they were doing in Sodom, I guess. Just, I hate these people. God just got really crabby one day, and he said, I'm going to send a flood. And he kills everything on earth except Noah and a couple of relatives. And when you read this story, it's like Noah, afterwards, after the flood, after the sun comes out again, God goes, oh man, what did I do last night? Oh, I'm sick and sorry. Noah, glad you made it. God, sorry about that unicorn. I'll never, ever, ever destroy the world again by water. And the end of this age was supposedly by fire. Crowley said that event has happened. That event took place on March 20th, 1904, and was headquartered in Cairo, Egypt, when Crowley formally invoked the god Horus, the supreme invocation of Horus that ushered in the new age. Horus is the god of force and fire. He supplanted. That was Judgment Day. It's already happened. And the elements surrounding that event are depicted in this card, which in a way is a stylized version of the Stele of Revealing, which is in the Cairo Museum. And you've seen it? You've seen it. Okay. Does it look like that? It's brighter than that. And it's funny because in the Book of the Law, it says miraculous color will come back to it.
It was displayed over 666 for a long time.
Yeah.
It's still got the number on it, even though it's not. It's only 666.
Okay. Well, and those are the characters of the Thelemic Pantheon. There's Nuit up at the top there. Hadit is that winged globe. Ra-Hoor-Khuit, their son, enthroned there with a basketball on his head. Onkoff Nakansu, who Crowley considered one of his previous incarnations. It's of the 25th dynasty. It's a wooden stele that's been stuccoed over the top and the stucco painted, sort of like in the fresco manner of fresco. And it's Onkoff Nakansu was a real historical character, and I guess Onkoff Nakansu's tomb stuff is on display too. He was sort of like a Henry Kissinger of a couple of administrations. You can even find him in Budge. You can find Onkoff Nakansu. And the reason they kept, it's not that fancy of a thing, but it's wooden, and that's kind of strange. And it's very colorful, that's kind of nice. And it's carved on the back too. And that's kind of unusual to have it carved on the back. And the hieroglyphs on the back are that chapter of the Book of the Dead that is engraved on the large stone scarabs that are inserted in place of the heart in mummies. So it's that, oh heart, don't stand against me, in Judgment Day. It's just perfect. It's the stele. Put it down like that, it's just like, this is the scarab of the heart chakra of the age. It's perfect. It gives me chills thinking about how cool that stele is. And this is the stylized version of it. And there's Nuit, and you can see the milk of the stars in her paps, and there's Hadit, and he's a little lower there. There's Rahur Kuit in the back, only we get a full frontal shot of him like we don't get to see in Egyptian art. And then there's Harpocrates, his twin brother. Now together, they're one god. But Horus is twin. There's Horus, the Avenger, who's really wild and crazy. He's the violent guy of that third chapter of the Book of the Law. He's the one that avenges his father's death, his father Osiris. He's wild and crazy, and his sign is this one that you always see in the Golden Dawn serum with the sign of the Emperor. And he's proactive, he's projective. That sign is literally penetrating another dimension. You're going, here's Johnny. But his brother is little. See, his brother is, oh, be quiet there. I'm so potential that you can't hang anything on me. I'm so potential and unmanifest that I'm just silent. And nothing can harm me because nothing can find me. I'm Parsifal. I'm so innocent that I don't get hurt. I'm so innocent that I can't be insulted. And the sign of Harpocrates is when you're in magical trouble and you can't think of anything else to do, assume the god form of Harpocrates, and everybody goes, where'd he go? All your demons go, where the hell did he go? Okay, and there's this wonderful sheen thing there, and there's babies. There's babies, potential babies in the sheen. It's a really cool card. Beautiful card. And finally, the last card. The universe card. This is the second zero. The final zero. The universe manifest is now getting ready to be reabsorbed back into negativity. Now Crowley says that there's a tree of life in back of the dancing goddess there, and that only the pure of heart can see it. I'll have to take his word for it. Because I don't see his tree of life back there. I see sort of a triple Mobius strip or helix back there. But I see a lot of other things, including that eye. And in a way, that eye doesn't seem like it's projecting anything. It looks like it's sucking everything back into it. Like the eye of Shiva. Is the myth that the eye of Shiva opens his eyes and the universe is destroyed, is drawn back in. And he closes his eyes, or his eye, and the universe manifests. Well, eye of Shiva just opened there. And it looks like everything's going to get sucked back in there. And it's a wonderful, beautiful dance. And it's been a wonderful, beautiful dance of existence to take a rest. Just like the Hindu concept of pralaya, where every once in a while the universe just hits a pulse and says, time to rest. There'll be another thing. My son, when he was about 4 years old, asked me the big question, will the world end? And he was interested in stars and galaxies. And I really didn't know how to answer him except to say that the Hindus believe that there's a god named Shiva, and that when the god named Shiva closes his eye, the world is created. And when the world gets old and tired, Shiva opens his eye, and the world returns to the world is destroyed. I said, what do you think of that? He says, oh, he just opens his other eye. My son is. Okay, we see basic elements. The Hadith, the Nuit and Hadith are dancing together now, as if in this wonderful swirl of the consummation of the manifest universe. The circumference and the point in the center, represented by that snake, are now just dancing and swirling together and bringing to an end a wonderful adventure, wonderful season. Just like Carrie's dance at the end of that. Carrie played this goddess at the end of a beautiful ceremony up in the mountains, and it's just the perfect end to she represented this card. And I'll never think of this card without thinking of you ever again. And so it's just getting ready to withdraw. The second zero. There's something about this card, though, that completely blows my mind. And that's that thing at the very bottom. That is a diagram, an illustration, a figure from a popular chemistry book of the day. And Harris was familiar with it, Crowley was familiar with it. It was a kind of a popular chemistry book. And that's called The House of Matter. And each one of those lines represents one of 91 known elements, chemical elements in the universe, known at that time. And the sort of diagonal things allow their name, their atomic weight, or whatever they knew in those days, and other information about that particular element. It was artfully done. Instead of just a table of tables, they did it like this thing here. And there's priorities and different levels of chemicals, and with your finger you can find the information on it. It's really kind of cool. It's the House of Matter. Okay, this is the Saturn card. Saturn is probably the heaviest and most earthy-like of the planetary spheres. But this is also the card that does double duty and takes on the attribute of the element Earth. So have the House of Matter on the card that represents Earth. That kind of makes sense. But can you see what the house is projected against? And it's very hard to see, and I don't know if I went... The pyramids, they're pyramids. There's 3 of them too. And the center pyramid still has the limestone casing on the top, which tells us it's the 3 pyramids of the Giza complex. What the heck's that about? And you'd think you'd mention it, in the book of Thoth or somewhere. He doesn't. The House of Matter projected against the Giza complex on the card that represents the return of the manifested universe back into negativity. If you want to talk about an end of the world card, a judgment card, it's this one and not the last one, okay? Because this is it all returning back. If there is such a thing as a big crunch that happens, when the Big Bang reverses itself, this is the big crunch. And what possibly could that have to do with the Giza complex and the House of Matter? I don't know, but it leaves us with probably the most tantalizing mystery of the whole Thoth tarot. Anybody got any ideas? Because
Doesn't the Giza complex represent part of the celestial sphere? And that kind of makes it sound like it's back to the beginning.
And we've got that other thing out in Egypt. What's on the plane?
Well, that's a huge story. I don't want to steal.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they've tried to draw parallels, or I guess you can draw parallels between the positioning and the relative size of the Giza complex with celestial stuff. And but it leaves me to wonder what was going through Crowley's mind in these last years of his life, and what insights that he might have gotten just in and of just himself, not reading other books or not doing, that would say, hey Frida, I want the House of Matter projected against the Giza complex on this thing. Don't ask why, I just... But anyway, believe me, I'm almost through. I'm almost through here. The 3 magic characters, or the 3 cosmic players, Mercury, Earth, and the Sun. What was that other thing I asked you to write down? Can somebody read that to me?
I said it says matter is the signal for the reintegration by spirit.
Okay. Climax of the descent of matter is the signal for the reintegration by spirit. Imagine the 4 suits of the tarot as 4 trees of life placed one on top of each other. A ladder of 40 sephira. And that the pure light of being emanated from the very, very, very top there, which would be the Ace of Wands, right? And that in a way, that Ace of Wands, that kether of all kethers, would be ultimately, our real spiritual reality. And everything else would just be sort of a degeneration of that original idea, that original purity, until finally that pure light turns into energy, which slows down and turns into matter, and the matter gets lower and lower and lower until it hits the bottom. So just imagine kind of this as if they were all little prisms of light, and the light is pure at the very, very top, and it comes down Ace 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of Wands. Okay? And it hits the 10 of Wands, and the 10 of Wands might not like it. It might go, oh, there's no place for the light to go, because I don't even know of any worlds any higher, any lower than me. 10 of Wands is called oppression. Okay? But there is. Just let it go. Relax, 10 of Wands. Let take a light enema. Okay? And 10 of Wands takes a light enema and and it goes right into the Ace of Cups. God, I'm ashamed of myself. But the light drops down into the next world, to the Ace of Cups, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of Cups, which is this thing called satiety. It shows a whole tree of life of cups, and they're just so full. My cup runneth over, and it spilleth the carpet, And sure enough, the light has someplace to go, and it goes into the Ace of Wands, okay, or the Ace of Swords. And the Swords has someplace to go. After the 10 of Swords, it goes into the 10 of the Ace of Discs. And discs, the bottom world. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where does it go from 10? It's got no place to go. It really is constipated. That's why Crowley's got the big bloated Malkuth down there in 10. It's got no place to go. It's the climax of the descent of matter. The magic now has to take place there. That's the big magic. That's the climax of the descent of matter. That's gravity pushing all of the elements down into iron. This is what is going to trigger the redintegration by spirit. This is going to trigger what the astronomers tell us is the big bump, the big supernova. But in order to do that, we need the enema. Okay? And so Crowley says we have to deliver that enema. We have to do something magical here to get it to start all over again. How do we re-jumpstart the universe? Okay, from this lowest of the lowness. Okay. Why is it the climax of the descent of matter? Okay. It takes the lowest of the low to have enough material, enough collective material from the highest high all through middle management to the lowest low in order to clone yourself back to a start of a universe. It has to be the lowest of the low. The earth, this is the earth of earth. Just like the princess of discs is the earth of earth court card. She's the lowest of the low. But because she's the lowest of the low, she's got something no other personage, because the 10 of discs is the lowest of the low, it's got something going for it that no other card has going with it, and that is a little bit of everything. Spirit can't be triggered to affect the redintegration until there's enough stuff there to trigger it. That's why the Kabbalists tell us the angels would chop off their wings just to have the incarnation of the lowest human being because we've got a little bit of everything. This is what makes us built in the image of deity. This is what makes us, we've always used this imagery that we're supposed to escape from the tomb of matter. No, we're not supposed to escape from the tomb of matter. The tomb of matter is the key to us getting out. We take it with us. Okay? We are the tomb. We are the unredeemed daughter. Okay? It takes the daughter truly to wake up the prince who kisses us to knock us up, to make us a mother, to make him the king. Okay, this descent of matter, this lowest of the low, is the big secret. And it all comes together here. And just as we see the divvying up of the planets to the zodiac signs, by the time we get to the 10 of discs, we've got Mercury in Virgo. And Virgo is Earth. And what do we need to kick-start this up? We need the sun. This is an invocation of Mercury, but an invocation of Mercury that inoculates the petri dish of the invocation of Mercury with the virus of the sun. I'll now show you. All 10 Sephira, except one, contain within it a mercurial symbol. Okay, there's planetary Mercury and alchemical Mercury, and there's another alchemical Mercury, and an Enochian Pa, which is a bee, and I'm sure they considered it mercurial in the same way as the Hebrew letter B, and Raphael, the mercurial archangel, and the 8-pointed star of Mercury. And then there's a mercurial tetratrix that I've yet been able to read, but Crowley calls it that. And then there's the mercurial caduceus, made up of the mother letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Every one of the Sephira have within it are just teeming with this mercurial energy in Earth. Earth, Mercury, Earth, Mercury, Earth, Mercury. But in Mercury's own Sephira, Hod, there's the 6-pointed star of the sun, as if that's like the magic little particle, just like the priest in the Gnostic Mass, or even a priest in a Roman Catholic Mass, breaks off a little tiny particle of the host and drops it in the wine, as if he's inoculating this blood of the earth, this mercury of earth, this transmitting blood of the earth, and he inoculates it with the sun. It's the same process that causes the plants to make the chloroform, and it's life. It's life. It's big life. And there's the invocation. Bam! That happens. It's the big bounce, and we're back again at the Ace of Wands. That's a story that I missed for about 30 years in reading the Book of Thoth. Here's from the Book of Thoth. These discs are inscribed with various symbols of mercurial character, except that the coin in the place of Hod, Mercury, on the tree is marked with the cipher of the sun. This indicates the only possibility of issue from the impasse produced by the exhaustion of all the elemental forces. Isn't that good stuff? And there's the court card that represents that same thing. She's the 10 of discs in court card land. And isn't she wonderful? She's pregnant. She's the lowest of the low. She's the ultimate princess. And I've tried to wake her up on many a lonely night. But anyway, that's my talk.